Alrighty, I've just received word that we are ready to get started on this next run. Take it away, akdylie.
I'm akdylie, and I'm joined by CorporateImage today. Can I get the names of our heroes today?
Yes, absolutely.
So Isaac first?
Isaac first. It will be Felix. Capital F, lowercase, everything else.
All right, 1 sec. Okay, Felix. Garrett is?
Garrett will be Jenna.
All right. And Ivan?
Ivan will be Shiva.
All right. I'm seeing a pattern here. And how about Mia?
Mia. That one is still a tie. Okay.
What is the tie between?
Piers and Ray.
All right. Corp, break the tie.
Well, I think we gotta go with Felix. I mean, Piers.
Felix again. All right, now we'll go Piers. These are the heroes of the sequel, Golden Sun: The Lost Age. Time, by the way. I'm sorry about that. Let's go.
I was gonna say you could put like Jenna as Ray or something.
Sorry, wrong button.
There you go.
All right, so this is Golden Sun for the Game Boy Advance. I'm akdylie. You may know me from such games as Phantasy Star Online, Phantasy Star Online version 2, Phantasy Star Online episode 1 and 2. But today I'm running a completely different game. Corp, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I go by CorporateImage. Call me CI or Corp. You might know me from Chrono Cross, Chrono Trigger, Golden Sun, and a few other games, including RoboTrek, which is coming up tomorrow.
Excellent. So this is a little bit of a prologue for the game. We've got, it's a scene like when Isaac and Garrett are kids. Something kind of bad is happening in the village of Vale today.
Yeah, just a bit of a storm. Nothing to see here yet. Hardest menu in the game.
Yeah, that's all right. Fast text speed saves probably about an hour throughout the course of the run, just to give you an idea of how much dialogue is in this game, so very important to set that early.
Yeah, Golden Sun is known for being very verbose, and not necessarily in a good way. But it does seem more realistic when you think about, like, communication between people.
Yeah, so there's a kind of a bit of a disaster in the village of Vale here. Not just a thunderstorm, but there's some rocks raining down from the top of Mount Aleph here. The village of Vale is inhabited by people called adepts that have the powers of synergy. And they're doing their best to mitigate the damage here, but Isaac and Garrett are kind of just caught figuring out what the heck is going on here.
Yeah, so there's this giant Technicolor meatball that's threatening to crush everybody on its way down, and the adepts are trying to keep it back, but it's just a little bit too big.
So we've got scripted encounters only in the prologue here, and the very first one we get guaranteed attacks first. From here on out, RNG can start affecting things a little bit. Here it's going to be based on if I don't make like the most precise movements and I haven't, then sometimes things are going to fall off script. This is probably not my favorite pattern already, but that's all right. There's really no way to lose in prologue. It's just you're losing a few seconds here and there.
And the reason why the attacks first is guaranteed at the beginning is because we loaded the file fresh. So this category is no save and quit. So by saving and quitting, you can manipulate RNG in different ways, but the most obvious one is your very first encounter when loading is an attacks first every time. So no save and quit is to play the game as intended with some glitches, but they're fun glitches and they actually speed up the game quite a bit.
Yeah, this is very distinct from glitchless. Glitchless is a fine category too. It does just kind of mean you do more of the dungeons. We use a trick called the retreat glitch to cut off giant swaths of many dungeons. And then that's in contrast to any percent with saving and quitting, which is used for RNG manipulation. And then this game is actually broken wide open. There's categories that do arbitrary code execution. There's a whole lot of science behind how to break this game if you really want to. Wow.
Oh, vermin.
Okay. Don't. Like I said, it's pretty sure you can't lose in Prologue. It's fine that Felix went down. He'll get back up because Jenna's going to leave the party. This is going to get really confusing, by the way. I'm going to try to use the given names here.
Yeah, the Village of Vale is pretty big, and this intro, or this prologue, is meant for you to sort of explore around, but there are scripted encounters where we're going, so you have no worries from here on out.
So Felix and Jenna are now being tasked to grab Jay over here, who's bringing some adults that can help continue rescuing people. Jay's sister, F, is stuck in the river here. He kind of fell in and he's trying to get out. We found someone who just recharged all their synergy power, and we're headed back.
Yeah, so our protagonists are really young. I think they're supposed to be 12 or 13 years old.
Something like that.
They look younger, in my opinion. All right, so there's the younger brother stuck in the river, but everything's going to be okay because we have an adult. Adults are very, very reliable in JRPGs.
All right. Quest
Complete?
delivered. Oh, wait, something's happening. What is it?
Did somebody sneeze?
Yeah, we got to look around very carefully.
It
What
might
is
be a giant meatball.
I don't know yet. What is the sound of a giant meatball? Well, now you know. And it, oops, it fell into the river. Wait, we didn't, wait, you guys probably shouldn't be standing there. You really shouldn't be
It's
standing
okay,
there.
it'll be fine.
Fade to white. Okay,
Yep.
well,
It wasn't fine.
I
But-
mean, they're okay, right?
But yeah, I mean, it's a normal JRPG. Usually disaster strikes at the beginning. It's normal. So yeah, everybody's in shock, and so we, the oh, who's this?
Yeah, we kind of just like get up and walk away because they're like, we don't need to. That was scary. Like we're delayed running away, I guess. But yeah, we found some suspicious fellows up here. They're kind of battling about like, oh, they like triggered some sort of trap or something, and then Garrett's like really odd and like, wait, were you eavesdropping on us? I don't know. Let's just get out of here. Oh, no, wait. No, they're saying they're going to make us forget. Like, run away.
Good start.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about right.
Now time? That was a good ending to the prologue, though, because that is a scripted loss, and you want to have them just knock you out in one action if possible. I've seen it go to 4 actions. It can get really slow if they do like attack, miss into like a really slow spell. But that was just a nice fast spell. Fast forward now to 3 years later, and we've got a very long cutscene right here.
Yep, roofing. A very thrilling job. Yeah, so welcome to Prologue, everybody. You're going to be here for about 35 minutes with some action sprinkled in. Golden Sun is well known for having a very, very long beginning as a speedrun, but it makes up for it far later in the game with lightning fast action. So this is a very satisfying run to run once you get past the intro.
Yeah, the menus are very snappy in this game. The dialogue is, just very verbose, and the other thing that's very unique in this game is using the emotive expressions like all the time, and you see little face turns here and there. Sometimes it gives the characters a lot of feeling, but unfortunately there's no way to like, really skip through it normally. There is like a way that's available with the arbitrary code execution to skip all the cutscenes, but that's not what we're running today. So we get all the dialogue and we're just mashing through it. Actually, I'm using a turbo controller right here because it's much nicer on my hands.
Yeah, over the years, if you run a lot of RPGs that are typically longer than 3 hours, you're going to be mashing a lot, and it does take a toll. So, turbo, very nice, very nice.
All right, now there's no dialogue. We're just going to watch Isaac repair a roof for about 30 seconds here.
It's one of those things we take for granted with a lot of modern RPGs. You press a button, press another button, and you skip a cutscene.
Yeah, and this was on the, like, in an era where that wasn't really standard in games yet. I'd say that maybe took a few more years before that became very common.
I think the first game I know about is Paper Mario 64. You could just hold, I think, a button and it would auto-scroll, which is fantastic.
Nice.
And they got rid of it in TTYD.
They didn't put it in the later games.
Yeah.
Oh, that's weird. I didn't know that one.
Yeah.
I was actually talking earlier about when we were doing Partners in Time, where it's like that game has 6 buttons you mash, and like the runners have to take like a cloth and rub their finger on the face buttons. It's that kind of mashing.
Yeah, it should be noted, for mashing tech, I think you hold the B button to, there's certain pauses in dialogue, and by holding the B button, you can skip those pauses, and then you mash 2 other buttons, at least 2 other buttons, usually a shoulder button and something else. And then you get these very quick, practically 1 or 2 frame dialogue windows. So
Yeah, when I run without turbo, it's alternate LRA holding B.
well, everybody's on top of a thatch roof.
It's the Roofers Association meeting. It's a great place to have a conversation. They're talking about how the kids are going to go talk to Old Man Creighton, who's a visitor to the village, who's very interested in the secrets of alchemy. And I guess these kids kind of got roped into go on a little adventure with him, or at least they're going to find out about that when they go see him. Felix's mother here is not too impressed with Creighton. It's just like, why can't you be a little more normal? And she gets a little excited about it. And Jenna over here went to try to save her, but she was fine and put a few holes in the roof in the process.
Yeah, it should be noted in the prologue, most of these people, except Garrett, lost somebody. So Isaac, aka Felix, and his mother lost the father, forgot his name, not really important. Jenna lost her brother, and Garrett's just a doofus. That's okay, we like him, because he can carry things.
Yeah, Garrett, aka Jenna, is the grandson of the mayor. That's basically his only prestige.
He lost the functioning brain cells. That's what he lost.
It's okay.
You got time for donations?
Absolutely.
Yep, we're gonna just go on to Creighton's.
All right, we got $5 from Duck Duck Noi that says, "Good luck on the run, AKD."
Thanks, Duck Duck.
We also have an incredibly generous $500 donation
Wow.
from Radical Edward.
Very nice.
Says, "Best of luck to all the runners at RPG Limit Break. NAMI is such a great charity and is very close to my heart. This donation goes to Golden Sun's Take the Yellow Path. Thank you to all the volunteers and staff behind the scenes." And so with several of the donations that you've been generously putting forth, we're up to 700 out of 750 on that incentive. So only $50 more to go for that. The cutoff for that's going to be about 2.5 hours. So you got plenty of time.
Yep, that is just a minor deviation from what I normally do, show the road less traveled. The Yellow Path is in a PB world record attempt. You never want to get that, but we'll be glad to take that today for a good cause. So hey, it's these guys again, but they did actually do a good job of making our characters forget, so we don't really remember them, but the player does, and that's all dramatic effect.
Yeah, apparently a blue and pink person is very forgettable, but whatever. Anyway, this is Old Man Creighton. There's a theme in Golden Sun that the older you are, the more you talk. So this is our introduction to that.
Yeah, he's actually just talking to himself right now, and or at least
I suppose that would mean Felix is still 3 then.
Yeah, Garrett's gonna serve as Felix's mouth. So every decision you make in Golden Sun doesn't really matter, but Garrett is the one who will respond and question your decision, and then it will proceed with the plot.
Yeah, in typical tradition, old-fashioned, you say yes, no, and then it's really just you nodding and shaking your head, but doesn't really, except for like one case in this game, it doesn't matter whether you answer yes or no, it just changes the dialogue slightly, and then they, but thou must, back onto the path.
Yeah. So Creighton is desperately studying alchemy for some purpose. He's a little bit eccentric, and all 3 of us are adepts in some way. So Felix is Earth, Venus adept, and then Jenna and Jenna are both Marzetta. So Creighton takes this special mithril bag, and for some reason, like he's going to need it, and we're going to break the rules and go into Soul Sanctum without permission.
Oh yeah, and in that whole exchange, Felix was volunteered to be the leader, and all he could do is just say yes or no, and even if you say no, you still get volunteered to be the leader. So that's the drawbacks of only being able to shake your head and nod your head, I guess.
All right, stealth mechanics, let's go. Brilliant.
That's an A+ guard right there. Give that guy a promotion.
So there are some stealth mechanics in Golden Sun, but that's far later and typically in the 100% category.
Yeah, there is a whole dungeon that we will not be visiting today because it is not required. So here I'm going to try to be doing diagonal hops whenever possible. If I get like halfway across, I can jump to the next tile without fully lining up. It saves like a couple of frames. But it's about the only optimization there is to do in here.
So Soul Sanctum is a tutorial dungeon. It teaches you this basic puzzles, because there are puzzle mechanics in Golden Sun. And the enemies are relatively easy to beat, but it's faster to run on average. I think at this rate we have about a 50% chance to flee. And then every time we don't succeed, it jumps up by 20%. So eventually you are guaranteed to run away from any encounter, but it could take a while.
Yeah, and at different parts in the run, fleeing will be the strategy. In other parts, especially towards the end, it's going to be no choice but to fight.
I think one of my favorite little weird oddities to that is, if I remember correctly, if you hit level 3 in this dungeon, it just stops spawning encounters entirely.
Yeah, it's weirdly tied to Jenna's experience because she's she's not a permanent party member, and they don't really have anything programmed for her after a certain level. So they just kind of cover it up by saying, well, you're not going to grind to max level here.
I did not know that. Or at least maybe when I was a kid and I fought all the things here, I might have seen it then.
Yeah. I think it takes a while to get there, but it is useful in certain other categories where you go back and you get Jenna in your party using a glitch, and then the game doesn't give you encounters because Jenna maxes out on EXP early, and then you don't have to worry about encounters.
It's pretty cool.
So it looks like we reached the end of the dungeon, but Creighton isn't satisfied. There must be more. Maybe a hidden passage. Let's find it.
Creighton is such a responsible adult.
Yeah, we haven't broken anything yet, so let's keep going. Oh, what a suspicious dotted outline there by the statue. We found a hidden passage.
Yeah, so most of the puzzles in Golden Sun are telegraphed, and then as you go on, you have to think of what to do next with the tools you have at your disposal. So but early on, it's pretty forgiving, and there's usually a direct consequence to whatever you choose to do. So we'll see some of that later. Oh, yeah, so one thing about Golden Sun is some enemies can run away from you. I think it's hilarious that they could get an ambush attack and then immediately run away. It's like, okay, thank you.
Yeah, sometimes they just want attention.
Time for a donation?
Go for it. Attacks first, nice.
Gotcha. We got $50 from Will Gallant that just says, I hope everyone enjoys the wonderful tunes from Motoi Sakuraba for the next few hours of this wonderful game. Agreed. Actually, probably my favorite tune in this entire game coming up in later in this dungeon.
Yep.
So many good.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of his best, like bar none. And this is a guy who's known for stuff like Dark Souls and Mario Golf.
And the Tales of series.
Yeah, Sakuraba is a big contributor to my childhood growing up. Yeah, Golden Sun Tales, for sure. All three Golden Sun games.
Yeah, the soundtrack is unlike anything you'd ever hear on the Game Boy Advance, because I think I heard that they created their own sound font for it. So it's extremely vibrant. If you ever got the chance to play it on a handheld device back then, it was just astounding.
Yeah, they really pushed the Game Boy Advance to its limit, and Camelot has a history of doing that with other consoles because they did the Shining Force series, and they were really good at making nice, snappy visual effects on those systems for those games as well, and they continued the trend with Golden Sun. And you'll see a lot of parallels between like menus and certain just fundamentals of the game between this and Shining Force. Don't remember if they went by the same name back then, but there's definitely a theme.
I remember seeing the first time I saw Shining in the Darkness on one of those many Genesis collections. There were a lot of icons there that I was like, this gives me Golden Sun vibes, which of course makes sense. because that was like, I think their first game.
Oh, and speaking of icons, should I say, the sound effects in this game are extremely recognizable. I remember walking into the practice room, and I heard these beep beep sounds. I'm like, oh, that's Golden Sun. And I found akdylie practicing just through the sound effects. So some of them will be repeated in different games. I know Quest 64 has like a healing sound effect that's identical to Golden Sun. So.
All right, here's the advanced tech for this dungeon coming up.
Yeah, so when you normally walk into this room, you start pushing the statues on the right. Oh, got it. The corner push.
Yeah, just don't ask how physics work. We don't really know.
We're just
too far.
Yeah. So when we use Synergy, usually there's some visual, like a giant hand, that lets you see what you need to do. Can you get it again?
Not too far.
Oh.
All right.
Worth it. Worth it.
That's all right.
But normally when you enter this room, on the right side, you start pushing things, and it has really bad consequences. It starts essentially the storm that happened 3 years ago, and then Kraden shows up and says, what are you doing? And then, but if you move the left side first, it does not start the storm. So we effectively save a lot of time by doing it in the correct order.
On a note about sound effects, I think a lot of them, they just had like sample packs back in the day, especially like both soundtracks and like sound effects. One of my favorites that I ever saw was a TurboGrafx RPG that had the same sound effect as the thing that we would later know as the Taco Bell ding. And it uses it in like a completely serious like final dungeon. And you're just like, you hear it and you just can't unhear the sound effect, and it completely saps the tension.
Kraden's saying, oh, it looks like you disabled the trap. Good job. You keep doing the work. I'll just watch from over here. Bye now.
I swear, Kraden is a good guy.
Yeah, I have my doubts.
Kraden was like, I used to populate the game facts threads of this game, and Kraden was like one of the like favorite memes of the early 2000s internet with this game.
All right, we did it. So yeah, the puzzles in Golden Sun, especially at the beginning, are for children, and then they can become a little bit more complicated as they go on. But if you want more complicated puzzles, the sequel, The Lost Age, definitely ramps up the difficulty, because they assumed everybody aged at least a year or two in between games.
Yeah, there are some really cool, say, like, grand-scale dungeons in The Lost Age.
I have no idea who thought to put Ayers Rock that early in the game.
Yeah, Ayers Rock is pretty epic.
It's so long.
Yeah. It's still one of my favorites, though, just because, like, in contrast to this game, a lot of the puzzles are just isolated to one room and maybe you affect another room, but Ayers Rock is a lot more interconnected and complicated.
All right, here we go. One of the best soundtracks.
Yes, we found, we activated the hidden portal, and we've stumbled upon to something amazing. Let's soak it in. Kraden, we're having a moment here.
Yeah, you ruined it.
Is that the ocean? No. Not an ocean. Which is weird, because I think he's probably seen it before. But yeah, I think this is just supposed to be some sort of underground cave.
Yeah, I always treated it as a caldera, but the roof to caldera? Anyway, we'll see what happens later, but this area stores something called the elemental stars. They are the fundamental sources of alchemy in the world, and they are what, I guess, the manifestation of what was used to seal alchemy away from the world, because alchemy was too dangerous in the past, and Kraden just loves alchemy. He's all about that alchemic life.
Yeah, we find out later that, like, I mean, he's clearly very passionate about it, but we do find out that he is here with an agenda to learn about alchemy. So maybe we should come back another day. What do you guys think? Oh, he's saying, like, well, he came all this way. It would be a real shame to go back empty-handed.
Yeah, he even prepared a special mithril bag to store the elemental stars in. It's like he knew.
Yeah, I don't know exactly why we need mithril bags, but that's, like, Yeah, maybe we intended to carry something very important in these bags all along.
So Kraden wants to go get them, but he's a little bit old. Even though he accompanies everybody in the next game and he's happily jumping across pits and whatnot, he's acting very unstable on these platforms. So it's like, hey, Felix and Jenna, there we go, Felix and Jenna, go get it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, they sort of suggest like maybe there's slippery ice physics here, but there isn't. Maybe Kraden's just feeling a little tired. That's all right. So anyway, Jay for Jenna on the left suggests we're going to just let Felix and Jenna on the right take her in the collection, and then they'll take a break. Seems fair, right?
Chad is going to be so confused by
I
the end of this run.
It'll get better. Spoilers: only one Jenna remains in the party.
All right, so there is a certain path to take, and you can see akdylie is going to try to cut some corners. There we go. By lining up just right, you can save a few frames with every jump. And by collecting these in the right order, it opens a new path to the next one, and so forth.
Yeah. One little fact about the mithril bags, by the way, you can change the order of your parties so that Jenna would have gotten the bags instead of Felix here. And that is a small, maybe 1 second at most optimization that I am not going to go for today. But it involves changing a cutscene slightly later on where Jenna will take the bags from Felix, but that won't happen if you do the skip because he will already have them in his inventory. But suffice it to say, Camelot very much over-engineered the prologue of this game. There's so much detail, and in contrast to the rest of the game, it's just night and day.
I think the main reason for that is they intended Golden Sun to be a much bigger game, but they ran either out of time or budget, or just made a decision to split it up into 2 games instead. So the Lost Age carries on the rest of the main story.
Considering how big the Lost Age is, I'm like, there's no way they fit that on a cartridge.
Yeah, the Lost Age, I avoided it when I was younger because I didn't like the protagonist for reasons because of this game. But it is a fantastic game. It almost feels open world because you could just kind of go wherever you want for a while, and then they eventually force you to do certain dungeons in a certain way.
Yeah, it's definitely a little less linear than this game is. This game, you have a few branching paths, but it's only a little bit compared to the Lost Age. Oh, we took 3 out of 4 gold of the elemental stars, and the music faded out, so we tried to figure out what happened, and it's these guys again.
What happened to the music?
Yeah, and Kraden wasn't cheering us on.
So, Sataros and Minardi. Sataros is blue, Minardi is pink. They showed up. They've been desperately trying to get into Soul Sanctum, and they're the ones who started the trap, the storm, 3 years ago. So they just followed us because we're more capable than them at solving children's puzzles. So now they're taking Jenna or Jay and Kraden hostage, and there's a mysterious man with a watermelon mask here. Wonder who he could be.
And they say, you will give us the stars if you value their lives. And so we say, well, yeah, it's only just the fundamental orbs of alchemy. I'm sure it's fine to give those up. Kraden says, no, don't do that. That would be bad.
Yeah, maybe if Jay wasn't there, we wouldn't do it, but... sorry, we would. Wait, what? Never mind. Anyway, who is this mysterious man?
Yeah, they basically say Kraden's like, well, hold on, we don't really have any guarantee of our safety if we give you these orbs. And they say, well, we have a guarantee, and look right here. Hey, it's that kid that was in the river 3 years ago. He survived.
Le Gasp. Yeah, you could actually, I think in the inn at Vale, you could see Felix, Jenna's brother, who survived the storm. He is there, and he doesn't talk to you, but there's a lot of little details in Golden Sun, and we will try to point out as they happen.
We've abbreviated his name as F today to contrast with our protagonist, Felix. All right, so Jenna over here is going to give this and give up the stars, and then just to add even more dramatic tension, a 4th member of the antagonist shows up and says, hey, actually, why don't you give those to me? And Sataros over there says, yeah, that's fine, he's with us. He goes to leave and says, oh, by the way, you will get that fourth one for us too, right? Even though I can fly and I can teleport, we're just going to make you do that. Stop grumbling. Oops, I bumped B there.
It didn't matter.
Well, they do make you redo the dialogue there. Oh, hello? Okay, you have to say no if you...
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, they like, you do care what happens to your friends, don't you, or something like that. And if you say yes, then it repeats. So yeah, bumping B there is like one of the worst things you could do. That's fine.
That's all right. Yeah, once again, when you're mashing, you're typically holding B, so if you relax your hand and try to reposition your hand for holding the B button, then that can sometimes happen. Especially at Colosso. It's one of the worst parts when that happens. Some careful movement, and we get the Mars star, the very last one.
Well, that's not normal. Actually, Felix and Jenna are like, yeah, it's fine, right? It's just getting a little hot in here, maybe.
Yeah, just a little magma.
Oh, what's that?
Oh, hello.
That's interesting. What do you think that is, Felix? Yeah, I know it's a rock.
Rock with an eye. Pay no attention to the little, like, red, pink lines. Those are definitely not teeth.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any good reference art of the Wise One. That's what this spherical-eyed rock thing is. Don't think I've ever seen anything that like suggested that's supposed to be just the color of the rock at that point, or if it's paint or what.
Yeah, so the Wise One is this relatively all-powerful being who can utilize synergy at will and do miraculous things. Pretty much a godly being. But it's been referred to in the community by Bowie the Hero and Plexa as the Custodian of Weyard. So he's relatively in charge of keeping alchemy out of the world. And since we took the elemental stars, we've essentially unleashed alchemy, or the start of it, start of the process. There's a lot more to do, and that's part of the main plot of Golden Sun.
Yeah, the original title of this game, not in the international release, is Golden Sun: The Broken Seal, and this is the moment where the seal is broken on, I guess, I don't know if it's not really alchemy as a whole, because there's more involved in that, but there is a greater amount of synergy being released into the world, and Mount Aleph is starting to erupt here, and it's going to fling synergy stones all over the world, and that leads to the most of the bad things that happen during the course of this game. Some people get hit by those rocks, and it makes them just a little grumpy.
Yeah, don't worry, they're fine. It's just a giant rock hurtling hundreds of miles an hour.
The Wise One over here sort of figures out what's going on and does its best to avert the eruption destroying the village of Vale. Maybe under other circumstances, it would not be so generous. Because after all, Vale is basically just at the base of the volcano here that, well, I don't think they knew it was a volcano. It was just a big mountain, but nope, it was just an inactive volcano for hundreds, maybe thousands of years.
Yeah, it should be noted in that dialogue exchange that everybody was trying to go, but they were debating whether or not to take the Mars star with them or to leave early, and they said, it's too dangerous, we need to go. So Felix and Jenna here are stuck. And
yeah, they were hiding behind the statue over there, so I don't know why they thought hiding from an erupting volcano was going to help them, but they're still debating what they're going to do to get out of here. And the Wise One pays them a visit and says, what are you still doing here?
like, you shouldn't be here. So we see a little demonstration of his power. He can just quell an erupting volcano.
Yeah, Jenna over there was a little skeptical. Says like, "You're the dangerous one here," and he kind of shrugs it off and just saying, "Oh, what was that sparkle there? The elemental gem. They have returned." Tells Felix here to take out the Mars star. He does something to it. Puts it back, and that will probably come up in a sequel sometime.
Yeah, like at the end of the game.
You barely remember it ever happened.
But it was significant.
So yeah, the little lights popping off the statues here, those are, we'll say, collectible friends that we're going to be gathering throughout the run. We'll see a little bit. We'll see if the first one in maybe about 15 minutes. Yeah, maybe it's only 10 at this point. It's long either way. There's, like I said, a lot of cutscenes.
Yes, and there's a slow movement coming up, so it'd be great for any sort of shout out back then.
Absolutely. We've been getting quite a few donations coming in here. We got $50 from Goblin Butler that just says Corp and AKD in the same place. Best day. Good luck, gamers.
Thank you, Goblin.
Thanks, Scott.
We got 2 donations for the upcoming run of Octopath Traveler 2. One that says Ochette, best girl. Awoo! And another $15 from Zezliv that just says Awoo! Got $9 from KR Shush that says, good Monday morning, RPG Limit Break. Good luck to all the runners, and remember to stay hydrated throughout the day, folks. Indeed, especially given that we are at a higher altitude, and hydration is especially important here.
All right, we made it out. We do have access to the retreat synergy, which we use both legitimately and a little bit more sketchily during the run. This time we just used it to go from where we were to the entrance of the dungeon. You can walk out normally. I don't recommend that for going fast.
Yeah, I know as a kid I almost never used the retreat synergy, but it is extremely useful. It cuts out a lot of time. And only Felix, aka Isaac, can use it.
Yeah, it's another staple of Camelot, because like in Shining Force there's the Egress spell, which you can use to just skip out of a chapter and start over if you need to, and they let the main protagonist hero have access to that and nobody else. So they kind of just understand, they have some themes of their game design, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, speaking of themes, we're going to see what they are really good at is alternate ways to tell a story. So there's dialogue, of course, but then there's pantomime.
Oh yeah, just in case you missed any, if you're only just joining us, don't worry. Felix and Jenna here are going to explain the entire series of events again.
Yep. It's a lot of nodding. Oh, the star. Yeah, we did this thing. The emoticons are great.
Ooh, it's a goat.
You did what? And then stuff happened, and we did
around in a circle.
We did a dance, and did it. Yeah, okay. And then we left.
And that's how it happened. So if you notice on the upper left, one of the elders is just turned away from the conversation. What he's doing is using his giant ears to listen to the wise one who's communicating with him right now. Those aren't ears, by the way. Nice to think of them that way. Oh, there is a very important thing coming up. You do not want to hit the B button.
Yes. There is a way to get a non-standard game over. Eventually you're asked, like, do you want to go maybe save the world?
And you can say no. And I did that as a kid. And I was really sad because you get a game over. And if you don't save, you have to redo the whole beginning.
That is the one time where like saying no substantially affects the plot, and the game just says, "Well, okay, the world drifts to its inevitable destruction, or demise, or some very extreme word like that." So right now, the Great Healer in the corner is getting little telepathic messages from the Wise One. The Wise One's feeling a little shy and not talking to us anymore, but happy to talk through this religious figure to us while we figure out what we're going to do. But basically says, yeah, you know, those elemental stars, they're going to unleash chaos on the world if they're allowed to light the elemental lighthouses. So we got to kind of stop that from happening. That is the main quest of the game here.
Yeah, thankfully, the elemental lighthouses are very far away and scattered in different directions. So as long as we pick up a lead, we can maybe beat Sataros and Minardi to the punch and avoid it. Just maybe.
But basically, the Wise One says, well, it's really got to be Felix and Jenna here that are going to go and do that. So they say, like, wait, what? Okay, that was the yes that I needed to say. So Felix says, yep, let's go for it, and Jenna's like, oh, well, wait a second. Wait, I said I would do whatever you said, but I didn't think you'd agree. By the way, it's time to pray. Oh, wise one, bless this run.
Praise the wise one. Praise him.
All right. So he did show up after all.
All right, and if you think we're almost done with cutscenes, you'd be wrong. There's more.
Oh yeah.
That sounds like a good time for donations then.
Absolutely.
All right, we got $25 from an anonymous donor that says, putting this money towards my starting traveler, Oswald. That is, along with the previous Ochet donation, in reference to the upcoming run of Octopath Traveler 2, which will be in about 3 hours and change. That is going to be a solo character run, and there is currently a bid war for which character we do between Throne, Ochet, and Oswald. As for incentives for this run, the yellow path incentive has been met, so we will be taking that alternate route through the run later in this run.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
It's interesting. There's a point later in the game where you can choose which one you get. It just gives you one of them off the top of the bat at 50-50. The blue path is the one that is about like 1.5 to 2 minutes faster than the other one. So it's an RNG check later on, and if you get the yellow path, you would never do that if you were going for a PB. But it's cool to show off because it's not any more dangerous to go there. It's just takes a little bit longer. So we'll get a little bit more Golden Sun today.
I like this little cutscene. You see the kids talking.
Yeah, this is a very important piece of plot here. Don't blink. Get to figure out what's with that dog running over there.
I love that they just get distracted. Or like, hey, something's going on. Oh, look, a dog. Again, alternate ways to tell story. Just have them look around, be confused, blink. Like, what's going on? It's charming. And that was a cat that the dog was chasing, I think. Anyway, so there's a farewell get-together, but Felix's mother did not show up. And if you were to play the 100% category, you would discover that she's not feeling well. And if you don't go visit her, she doesn't recover, I think. It's one of the important parts of 100%.
It affects, yes. It's one of those things that does transfer over to the Lost Age. I don't remember if it changes that much other than maybe something in the epilogue. All right, we'll never get anywhere if we just stand around talking all day, so...
Farewell.
Farewell. All right, okay, bye.
All right, we can begin our adventure. After a tutorial. Let's do it.
What's that little thing flying over there? Hey, it's a buddy.
So that's a cute Venus Ginny. His name is Flint.
Yeah, Flint wants to find all his other genie buddies that were scattered during the eruption of Mount Aleph, but he's going to tell us about Gen, and let's explain how Gen work a little bit. So, each Gen partner is set to one person at a time. This, in the red text state, doesn't really do anything, but they'll say, you can activate us, you can set us to whoever we're equipped to. And this changes their elemental levels, which ultimately changes their class and what synergy spells they have available to them. A lot of people like just aligning the Jinn of the element with the character of the same element, so putting Flint on Isaac is a pretty solid play. We'll be mixing this up a little bit. We'll be doing a little bit of that, a little bit of mixing. So now showing how Jinn are used. So each individual Jinn has a unique ability. Flint is just a strong attack that's guaranteed to hit. So nothing much there. And then once a Jinn has been unleashed, you can use it in a summon, and then every Jinn that you have on standby can contribute to bigger and bigger summons. Right now we just have a basic Venus summon. And that is a big area of effect attack that its unique property is that it scales based off of the target's maximum HP, so it's even more powerful in bosses, but it has a good amount of base power on top of that. And then after you use a summon, the Jinn will have to recover for a turn, and a little bit after battle on top of that. So we'll be using Jinn in all 3 major ways, just setting them for the stats that they give, using different synergies from that. That was a very early encounter.
Yeah. Hopefully not a second one.
But then we'll be using all the different abilities that were just shown off there in different ways at different times. So we made it into Vault after 1 encounter, that's fine. This guy right here, he's the foster father of one of our heroes. His name is Hammett, and he's the father of Sheba in this run, not the other Sheba. And he had his shaman's rod stolen from him, and he said, you know what, this town is too sketchy, I'm getting out of here. He tried to go home to Calais, but the bridge is out. And the eruption of Mount Aleph is continuing, so he's thinking like, okay, well, I can't stay there, I can't go home, we'll just go somewhere else. Well, where else can we go? Hey, it's a great idea. Let's go to the bandit town of Loompa. That's gotta be safer than here.
What could possibly go wrong for a master merchant to go to a bandit town?
Yeah, so anyway, he gets kidnapped and ransomed, but I'm sure he'll be fine. Some other category can rescue him, but we won't be seeing any more of him today.
All right, see the old lady? She did it!
Tackled. All right, picking this up for safety. And we're gonna say hi to our third-party member.
Well, he's very shy, so he just reads our mind and then talks to us. So normal people cannot notice that Ivan is reading their minds, but because we are adepts, we can see the manifestation of synergy from him.
I guarantee the translators for this game must have looked at them and just said, why do you do this to us? Yeah. Mind read, because there's so many things that it can be done for, there's so much extra text most people will never see.
Yeah, it's a fun thing that you can mind read basically any NPC and even some inanimate objects as well that have some sort of soul presence in them.
Well, it's a good thing we have Soul Blazer later in this week, because that is a similarly animistic run.
Yeah, for mind read, it should be noted that on the Game Boy Advance and any other console, you can hotkey a synergy to that. So instead of having to open up the menu, find the synergy, then use it, you just hit the L or R button, and then boom, you have instant synergy use. So yeah, Sheba has been tasked to find the shaman's rod, or rather is elected to try to find it. So you see that guy in front of the ladder? He's important. All right, there he goes. So we're gonna get a mint here. So there are items in this game that permanently increase stats. The mint increases speed, and speed is one of the most important stats in Golden Sun, as it is in most other RPGs.
All right, we found some sketchy people that we want to interrogate. Sheba's been trying to get his hands on him to mind read him, but they know better than to let this weird guy go up and touch them. So we're going to use Jenna here to block the exit and Felix to corner them.
Yeah, T-posing is a powerful thing.
All right, we're going to do our best to intercept the purple guy before he escapes.
All right, there is an optimal way to do this. There's a little bit of RNG, but that was great.
Yeah, sometimes the orange guy can get in the way and run interference. Sometimes the purple guy just zooms up the top, but today he kind of hesitated, and we was an easy catch.
Yeah, shout outs to Bluezer, one of the best bandit catchers, all the Golden Sun runners. So yeah, if you were to talk to other NPCs, most people would have things that are missing, like a prize jar or some money or things like that. So there is a presence to the bandits, and we just utilized Sheba's synergy to read the mind to determine, yes, the bandit took the shaman rod as well as other things, and where is it? Look at that lady, she's looking around. Where did the guy go? Oh no. And this is the little storage location up in the roof. And there's the guy. So he discovered the treasure too early, so the bandits found him, caught him, tied him up, and we rescued him. But coming up is one of the first real fights of the game. You're going to see how quick this battle system is. But we can get some bad RNG here, so it's possible that somebody gets knocked out. It's okay, because we can just leave and recover afterward.
So yeah, these bandits are very bold. They're choosing the attic of the inn as their hideout. I'm sure no one bothered to look in the attic. So anyway, someone went to the attic and they kind of panicked and tied him up. And then people went looking for him, so now they're confronting more of us. And we even say, they ask, well, like, maybe let us go? And we say, sure, that would take time to fight you. They don't believe us, so they're going to fight us anyway.
So one of the things that bandits can do is heal themselves with an herb. Herbs heal about 50 HP, and I think they have like around 200-ish. So we're going to use Venus Flare Ray. And one of the things that's great about Sheba is he's really fast and hits really hard, but
Glowers ferociously, that's what you want to see.
yeah, that's like a free turn. There's the herb.
1 herb.
2 herbs.
2.
Well then.
Something I find interesting with this game is an enemy who's weak to something, it's noted with like triple exclamation marks.
Yeah, and most things that aren't imbued with their own synergy abilities are weak to all elements equally, so you just get triple exclamations no matter what you do.
Yeah, Smoke Bomb just went off there. That means the center bandit can use Slice, which does a little bit of damage, but thankfully no one's gotten hurt yet, so that should be fine. Another
3 herbs, okay, the side bandit's going to be the last one standing, I think, especially since he defended this turn.
Flare Ray.
And I'm still focusing my attacks on the big bandit because he could get healed again. Didn't happen though. Jeez, he's still
Yeah.
so many
He's a
defend.
survivor.
2 herbs and like 2 defends.
Alright, he was determined. Alright, nice. So one of the rewards for that fight, besides a bunch of levels, was the bandit sword. I think it's counted as an artifact. So in this game you have equipment like armor, weapons, and maybe accessories that are counted as artifacts. So they all usually have special effects or special values, and you can sell them. But one of the nice things about Golden Sun is if you do sell them for money, you can always buy it back later if you want to. But because there's a limited inventory in Golden Sun, it can't really carry everything. But you can take whatever you want and transfer it over to the Lost Age.
Yep, in this case we will sell that bandit sword because we can buy some more helpful armor instead and get a cheaper weapon that is... I don't remember actually if the broadsword is more attack power, but it's more bang for the buck either way.
But yeah, we saved the town? No, I guess so. But everybody can recover their treasures. We got a lot of dialogue here. But they're all pretty much going to say, all right, what do we do now? And tie him up, put him in prison, and that's about it.
All right, so yeah, the mayor came up. He looks just like Vale's mayor, but it's not the same mayor. They're gonna go investigate what was all stolen. They figure out, open it up. Oh, it was the mayor's precious urn. And then over here, I think it's something from the little church or the chapel, little golden statue. And then they just kind of assume the last one is the shaman's rod that was taken. They don't bother opening it. They'll let Sheba do that. Just, to drag out the cutscene just a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone did get hit in that fight. They just kind of wasted time.
Glowering, defending, smoke bomb,
Herbing,
herbs.
yeah. So not dangerous, but just it took time. The difference between a fight that where you take a lot of damage and a fight where you take no damage, it's like you think the one where you take a lot of damage is bad, but usually that one is faster. As long as no one goes down, they weren't healing each other.
Oh, yeah, when you're talking about the mechanics of the game, I wanted to bring up that with Golden Sun, if you play this game casually, you have a lot of options to how you want to play. So with the Djinn system, by equipping them, they give you access to synergy, different types. And then you can use summons the more you have on them. And then, of course, you have your weapons, armors, and such for just normal attacking. So you have attacking with your normal weapon, you have synergy, you have using Djinn, and then you have summons. So in this run, we're going to mix and match most of them, but focus more towards using summons. But it gives you a lot of options and replay value depending on what you want to do. And the class system is ridiculously complex. I don't know pretty much anything about it, just what's relevant to the speedrun.
But double check here. Yeah, no,
Yep.
get hurt.
As I understand it, it's like quantities of 2, 3, and 4 Jin of certain elements will shift classes. It's kind of just very based on like the base elemental and the Jin that you're putting them on.
Yeah, internally there's like an elemental level stat, and you can see it on the status screen if you're like you really want to know. And it's like once you pair up one element with another element of the same amount, then you can go class up, and then like I think it's every 2 Jin you can get like an upgrade to that class.
I remember there was like a secret class for like a really specific setup in Lost Age. I don't know if there's one in this game as well, but it's like the most powerful class. The problem is it's like if any of your Jin go on standby, it hurts you significantly.
Yeah, there's ones where you can mix like 3 different elements, but then if you get out of alignment, then you turn into a completely different class. Some of the like really cool classes like Ninja or Samurai are available that way. But then if you start like unleashing Jin, then things change quite dramatically.
One of the nice things about Golden Sun is that when you use a Jin, before you use it, it'll show you what will happen to your stats if you do use it. So it's like a warning system.
Yeah, for the most part, I find it to be information overload because it's like, oh no, my defense went down. But mostly it just gives you an idea that like if you see all of your stats go down, that's maybe something to pay attention to.
It gives you a lot of that kind of customization, a lot of that like push and pull, like risk reward with classes, because there's obviously if you just give them, the Jin of their own element, that works, and that's pretty standard. But it's like it's not as high a ceiling, but it's definitely
it's
much higher floor.
It's a boring but practical configuration, and most people on their first playthroughs end up doing it that way, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you can get some pretty interesting things if you put different elements on people. Generally, like if you put Mercury Ginny on anybody, they'll get access to healing synergy even if they didn't normally have it. And then I guess with regards to the stats, there's a lot of stats that are kind of like not important. I think the big ones are just attack and agility and to an extent HP. But like defense, not really a big contributor here. There's a lot of attacks that aren't even really mitigated by defense. The luck stat comes into play for certain like status effects, but it's not a whole lot. So that's what I mean when I say information overloaded. So just kind of focus on like what kind of spells you want, and a lot of the spells are. Oh, I did not put my.
Oh, no worries.
My summon back.
Yeah, so in Goma Cave, we're trying to get a level 3, and this would normally be an okay encounter to get us there. There, that's all right.
So I was supposed to tap that so to put it into standby so I can use the summon immediately at the start of the fight, but I did forget.
Yeah, not many casual players know this, but you can preset your Jin to be ready to be summoned. And that'll speed up combat and grinding quite a bit.
I could have also just unleashed the Jin during the fight, but I opted to try to run away and it didn't really work out. Right.
Yeah, running away in this game is based on your party level minus the enemy's party level times 0.5 or something, and then add 50, and then that's your rate.
More levels, more running away.
So most of the run, we're going to be under-leveled, so running away is going to be very, very difficult.
We're fine.
Yeah, everything's fine.
I didn't catch that Shiba was low before, but it's fine.
Yeah, the thing about Shiba is that they're typically going to be in danger, and we just have to always expect that. Felix and Jenna will be tanky characters for the most part, but there are situations where we're going to actually invest in Shiba to be tanky, kind of because we need it.
Attacks first. Nice. And there was one on the way to Goma too, so we've actually had a good amount of attacks first so far.
And I know there was one in the beginning, Soul
Yep.
Magnum.
Yep.
So 3 so far, it's really good.
So yeah, here's just some minor puzzle. Push that thing down, you can progress. Makes a little thing we can jump off of here.
Yeah, we're leaving treasure chests alone because they either contain like healing items or bits of equipment that aren't really important in the grand scheme of the run. We're coming up on our first Jin fight. So Jin have an 11% chance to run away. It seems far more than that, but
Is it the same for all of them? I
think it is.
All right, that's a nice attack to see.
Yeah. So I think this is might be the longest Jin fights, 3 rounds typically. All right. So he's good.
Did exactly what we wanted, which is don't run away and also don't target Shiva on the first turn because we'd have to spend some time healing him.
All right.
But it worked out.
In typical RPG fashion, when we defeat something, we become friends.
This is Forge the Mars Gym.
Yeah, Mars Gen are typically suited for tankiness, but again, the defense stat isn't all that great compared to HP, but it does give you HP and a lot of abilities that can increase your defense and so forth.
If I recall correctly, that little blip sound effect you just heard running, that means that one of your standby Jin is now active.
Yep. So when that's going to be important later on when we're constantly setting Jin for summons, and we'll be waiting to hear that noise and then bring up the menu immediately. For now, we're good with what we've got.
Yeah, and the way encounters tend to work, there's a certain amount of steps you take before you can expect one, so it's usually about 8 steps. So we're going to do a shopping menu. So we're going to sell the Water of Life, the Bandit Sword, and we're going to purchase 2 broadswords for Felix and Jenna, and then some defensive equipment, because while we're running away, enemies are going to just hit us with physical attacks. And this armor that we pick up for all these characters is just a significant boost. It's pretty much going to carry us the entire game. That's how unimportant defense is for the most part. But for the early game, it's quite significant to have these defense boosts.
Would be a good time to chime in with some donos?
Absolutely.
All right. Happy 1 hour mark, everybody. We got $50 from Infinius. It said, I had no idea the makers of Golden Sun are the same makers of 2 of my favorite game series, the Shining Force series and the Mario Golf games. Let's make sure we get more content from this game. I believe that was a donation that tipped us over to the threshold to get that incentive met. So thank you so much, everybody, for donating for that incentive. We had $25 from The Moon That Wanes, with a Y for Wayne. My first playthrough of Golden Sun was during a rainy season, so most of my days were spent alternating between playing this game and taking walks in the rain. Sounds romantic. Great memories, great game, and great event. Have $5 from Leggy Starscream. It says, Golden Sun is one of my favorite games to the point of starting to learn this route. Shoutouts to the amazing beginner guide, and good luck getting poisoned.
Yeah. Good luck learning the run. It's very rewarding.
Yeah, and the Golden Sun community is very welcoming and happy to help anyone who wants to get started.
Absolutely. So I did do one little extra little bit of safety there that probably won't matter, but it only cost me like 5 to 10 more seconds to invest in 1 extra piece of armor for Ivan, just to get 3 more points of defense, which will maybe let him survive at 1 HP when he otherwise wouldn't.
Yeah, there's a very difficult fight coming up, and when I ran this game, I had 3, I know it was at least 3, maybe 4 times where Ivan would survive, Shiva would survive on 1 HP just because I got the extra couple points. But most runners would say, skip it, it's not worth it. But for a marathon run, no worries.
Did get an encounter skip on the way to the checkpoint there. Didn't get this one here. That's all right.
First try flee, though.
All right, so now we got a nice long cutscene. We're coming up to the Kalima Forest, and you might have seen in the town of Billiback there was like some weirdly like small little trees in the, just kind of sitting in the middle of town.
Yeah, there's also a stack of trees at the barricade. So these trees are people. They've been turned into trees by this curse that we're about to see, these little sparkly bits that fall.
Yeah, and the party's knocked out here just so they can't run away, and the idea is then this like little tree pollen will fall on them and turn them into a tree. So it's looking pretty dire for the party here. And they can't move. But then suddenly some Deus Ex Machina pops up and makes some little protective shields that just absorbs the tree pollen, and it's harmless.
Yeah.
I wish I had that.
Yeah.
Spring has been killing me and my allergies.
Yeah. And then conveniently goes away. They kind of just explain this as like a subconscious reflex that they like intuitively knew there was a threat and projected a way to protect themselves. After this cutscene, this concept never comes up again in the entire series, so take that for what you will.
Yeah, so where we are in Kalima Forest is pretty much what the game wants you to expect, to where you need to go. But we have options, so we're not going to finish Kalima Forest now. We're going to leave and come back. But what we're doing here is starting this cutscene because it's a little bit faster to do it now than to come back later for it. But our journey is to collect a very, very good friend, Granite. And Granite is going to be so helpful in the run.
Yeah, we actually have a choice between going up here to Keeanolookalike Forest or to go to Keeanolookalike Village, where everybody's a tree. But if you go to Keeanolookalike Village, the cutscene is a little bit longer, because there are some like tree-shaped people that Sheba over here will try to mind read and say, wait a second, these are people. And then the amount of extra dialogue from that makes it more worth it to go up here where there are no tree people. So that part of the cutscene is skipped, and then we'll just work our way down to the village and not get another cutscene on top of it.
Yeah, I think it's like a little over 20 seconds extra. And in a run that's less than 4 hours, 20 seconds can make a big difference.
Yeah, especially when you can likely get an encounter skip by walking just a little bit further on this side.
Oh, the time we saved a little bit of time by saying no.
Yep, that's one of the times saying no actually is better. Most of the time saying no is like either a wash, and it's usually because you're shaking your head, and that is a little bit longer of an animation, but the dialogue's the same. In this case, there's like a lot more dialogue. If you say like, do you have a plan? And they say like, of course you don't have a plan, or I don't know. But this time it was like, we'll figure it out.
So we just collected an apple, and we're expecting encounters here. But hopefully, if we're lucky, you get 2 or 3. But you could get up to 8 encounters on the way to Granite. Oh, very nice. So the apple permanently increases attack. And when I started running this game, I think in 2021, that strategy had not been implemented yet or discovered. But there's a few ways we could save time on some fights by using basic attacks versus Synergy and Jin.
Yeah. So Granite, you don't have to fight him to have him join us. Mostly, it's not a full hard rule, but for the most part, Jin that are in non-hostile areas will not fight you. So Granite being out and just sitting in the middle of town doesn't fight you.
Oh, almost 2. Still, 3 encounters is great.
You can see how the armor is helping us quite a bit here, because these guys would have been doing like 10 or 13 damage back in Coma Cave, and now they're doing 1 to maybe 5.
Quad. Okay. That was some bad luck on running RNG.
Yep.
That's okay. 3 encounters is nice.
I don't know how many runners do this, but I pick up this herb because it makes the menuing for transferring herbs a lot simpler, and then it gives a little bit of extra safety, and it only costs a few seconds.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, if I'm not going to get the encounter skip, at least give me the first try fleeing, then it's fine. Not losing much time. It's all within expected amounts here. So now, instead of doing Keeanolookalike Forest, we're going to take a U-turn, go all the way up to Mercury Lighthouse. And that is one of the things that there's a Mercury star that antagonist Satos Minardi and other Felix are trying to light. I guess Alex is also in there. So we're on our way to stop them, and we figure maybe we'll head them off if we skip Keeanolookalike Forest.
That was almost the most passive battle I've ever seen. That was great.
Attacks first.
Very nice. Yeah, it should be noted, whenever we see an attacks first, there's an increased chance we're going to get a caught by surprise right after. There's some sort of system for it, but I don't know the specific details.
I love fleeing from quads because I really don't want to take those actions against me.
All right, so from here on, we're going to start fighting things. 1 for safety, 2 because we needed some experience, and 3... No, there's no 3. I guess it's fun to do. Attacks first. Okay. So you could run from this.
I'm going to run from it because it's only one thing. It doesn't give a lot of experience, so we can get bigger encounters, and we will. Okay, this is fine.
So we do Ramsey's Ray. It's a powerful clearing tool for these enemies here. So
they can annoyingly divide the ability to do that descent, because I can't get the 1 round if that happens.
So in addition to just picking up Granite for defense, we have access to the Tier 2 summon Ramses, which is one of the faster summons in the game. So not many people know it, but you can skip the summon animations by holding or pressing the B button. And Ramses is incredibly fast.
Oh, I set Forge. That's
all right.
It's like something didn't feel right, but couldn't put my finger on it.
There is a slight shame to skipping those animations. For the Game Boy Advance, they're really well animated.
Yes. Agreed.
Okay, fine. That wasn't enough. Good job, Jenna. There you go. Sheba did it.
our hero, Sheba.
Okay, that's how the Jinn are supposed to be configured.
I do appreciate naming Ivan Sheba just to free him from the burden of being Ivan for a few hours.
Yeah, Ivan's known by quite a few things in the community. I won't say what, but if you're interested, you could join the Discord.
Oof, this is a big one.
Yeah. A juicer. So these giant bears are quite deadly. Most runners who are trying to go for a very good PB or world record just try to run away from everything because it's faster to flee on average. I should note that when you're on the world map, whenever you enter a forest, your encounter rate increases significantly, and we have to go through forests just for ideal movement. But just know that that is a thing. We typically get 2 to 3 encounters in the wave, but you could get 4, even 5. Hope to not see it.
Okay, I'm just going to clear this because it's only a little slower.
Yeah, there's 2 methods going forward. You could either do this with minimum experience by running away from everything, or you could get a little bit more levels, just give a tiny bit of HP for the upcoming boss fight. All right, we made it to Emil. It's not Canada.
All right, we have to talk to that kid. I missed something.
Anyway, we used a move on that snowman, and when you touch it with the move, it assumes you push the snowman, so there you can use that because it loaded the collision onto the ice. So it saves time because you don't have to see the actual moving animation, but you still get the effect. And we get a nice friend.
Yep, then we got Fever, which is actually one of the more useful Jinn will be using its unique effect. It's just a regular bars attack, but good amount of power. When you use a Jinn like that, there's also some opportunities. People who've ever done RG manipulation to get the rare item drops might be familiar with a trick that if you use a Jinn of the same element as the enemy's weakness to finish an enemy off, you get an increased drop chance.
All right, you saw a little Easter egg, something, Shining Force, Thumbelina, Bowie the hero would know better than me. Anyway, Mia, who is Piers, is a healer, and almost everybody in the mill is ill with some sort of fever. But she notices something's going on in the lighthouse, and she is like a custodian of the Mercury Lighthouse, so she goes to check out what's going on.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a flash outside. I was like, wait a second, the lighthouse isn't actually supposed to light up. What's going on? And I just take their bottle because they weren't using it anyway.
Empty bottles. You can never go wrong by having too many.
Somebody is here. Somebody is here. But a statue blocks my path.
That's all right. Yeah. I really like Piers, Mia. She's one of my favorite characters. She's the voice of reason within this party. Everybody else is just a bunch of doofuses, and she keeps them in line. Mercury Lighthouse music. So there's this theme in Mercury Lighthouse to use ply in order to activate different things. But with an exploit that we're going to see very soon, we skip nearly all of Mercury Lighthouse. So it's one of the nice things about this category versus glitchless.
Yeah, it's something called the retreat glitch, which has many applications, and we'll show the first one a little bit after this fight. This lizard band blocks the path, but we can just clear it out with 2 summons here.
And when you set the Jupiter Djinn on Felix, he gets enough speed to outspeed this lizard, so he can safely clear this fight.
Alright, so we're listening carefully for the Djinn recovery. We'll do a little bit of an awkward movement here.
There we go.
Right before the doorway. Just because otherwise I wouldn't get it. Okay, we are good on synergy points.
You saved me again. So Mia, she's noticing, Piers is noticing a pattern that we're really useful. So will we join together so we can go to the lighthouse? And absolutely.
You wanted to go that way? No, we're going this way. Alright, retreat glitch, don't blink.
did it. All right, so now we're allocating herbs to different people. This is for the upcoming boss fight. And then we're going to give a mint to Sheba. Sheba's already really fast, but we need to guarantee that Sheba's going to outspeed Sataros. I mean, spoilers, the upcoming boss fight. All right, so just then we warped all over the place with the retreat glitch, and now we're at pretty much on the way to a Jin. And see what we get. All right, that's good. So different runners will do different things. The fast thing to do is run. Safe thing to do is fight at least one and then run on the way here. But we're doing really well in experience, so we should be okay for that.
Triple fail
really
flee.
Lucky.
Might have to back up.
Yes. All right, we're good.
It's a little bit sketchy.
Yeah.
We're going to take our first
Safety save.
save.
Yeah, if you get a party wipe or something, or somebody goes down, you don't game over, you just warp to the nearest sanctum the last town you visited.
Sleep,
sleep.
sleep, sleep,
Do it,
sleep, sleep.
Do it, no.
Oh, sleep, sleep, sleep.
No. Nickel power.
So in this game, if you fall asleep or get stunned, you get a free runaway.
It's a guaranteed flee. It's a weird thing that they discovered only a couple years ago. It's really useful. So, bit of a shame, but that's okay. They were kind.
All right, another one. We get to fight this one. This is Sleet.
Everybody's favorite.
Okay, not targeted
Yeah, we're
on someone that would get one KO'd by that.
So, good old Sleet. He has the ability to knock out Jenna if a targeted Froth Sphere hits him. And it happens more often than you think. There's a safety strat, and I use it all the time, but everyone makes fun of me and Loser and everyone else who uses it. So, but in a run where you play up to an hour and then have to reset because of this fight, I'd rather play it safe and lose like 3 seconds. All right, Sleet.
So, yeah, I don't know. We didn't talk much about the retreat glitch, but I'm going to use retreat here, and then we're going to use the retreat glitch one more time to jump up and skip a whole bunch of the dungeons. So basically the way it works is I put retreat on the R hotkey, and as long as Felix doesn't have enough synergy points, it doesn't work quite correctly, and it will cause a wrong warp. So we're going to go up here, use retreat, yes, not enough BP, and then suddenly we're somewhere else. So we're at the top.
It's magic. It's synergy. All right, so what we just did is allocated 2 Mars Gen onto Sheba. This puts in the Mars class, which makes her very tanky. It's our tankiest party member. Gonna take a safety save because this fight is pretty unforgiving. And because we did the retreat glitch, we're gonna see some special effects. There are supposed to be some characters loaded on the screen, but because we did the glitch, they're not loaded properly. So we're gonna see a lot of Jay's face. And that's okay, people love Jenna.
Yeah, normally when you go to this area, you ride up like a reverse rainbow waterfall thing, and that cutscene continues and loads everything that's needed for this area correctly. But since we just kind of warped in here, those things are not loaded, and the cutscene's gonna kind of have a few issues acting properly. And yeah, we just get Jenna's portrait here, and then we'll get another one soon. Also, for whatever reason, Sataros is just hanging out there by the Mercury Lighthouse orb, even though like he kind of admits later like it's not a very comfortable thing to be in Mercury Lighthouse because he's a Mars adept, which is diametrically opposed to the Mercury element.
We didn't see it, but Mia Piers was recovering synergy every turn. So because she's Mercury adept, it's just a free thing. We'll see it later with Venus Lighthouse, Felix. All right, yeah, Kraden and Jenna, Minardi were supposed to be over there, but they didn't load properly. We saw the dialogue. But I guess Sataros believes he can take the Mars star back at this point, but he is severely weakened, and we're going to see just how much. So Sataros is really strong, has a lot of HP, even more than the next boss fight coming up. Because we were supposed to fight a tree, then Sataros, then we fight a monkey. But Sataros is far more difficult than the monkey, so we're going to do our best and let Akdylie concentrate. All right.
Banger theme coming.
Oh, yeah. So Sataros attacks on a pattern, and we don't know what he's going to do at first. So we try to set up Granite just to prepare for the worst. Then we'll do a little chip damage, and we summon the Turtle Lady. She's so strong. And then in the fight, we're going to take damage, and Akdylie's going to try to prioritize. Okay, attack. So we can get Heat Flash, Fireball, or Eruption after this. We don't know what we're going to see, so we defend and hope. All right, Heat Flash. All right. So attack Heat Flash. Next is Fireball.
So we try to have our shields up as much as possible, but it just isn't possible in this pattern, so we just have to kind of preemptively heal ourselves, and it kind of works out pretty well.
So you have several ways to heal. We use the herbs on different people, we use Fizz, and then if desperate, we can have Felix use a Cure. And then if anybody gets too low, we can use one of the nuts we have. That heals 200 HP versus 50. But what we're doing is we're cycling our Jinn. By using them, they go into recovery, and then on the next turn they're ready to be summoned. Wait, we use the Jinn, they're ready to be summoned, then they go to recovery, then we could use them again, and we repeat. So it works out that the Granite, because it has priority, halves all incoming damage no matter what it is. And so we could take whatever terrible attack that's coming next, like Fireball.
For target, unfortunate.
But we're doing pretty well.
We have Spire, that's rare.
Yeah. When you have an extra level, you'll have Spire. It does more damage and it's targeted.
Normally we cut as much experience as possible and we don't hit the level where we learn Spire, but it's just like 9 more damage. Alright, shift damage from Prism here when we don't have the summon available. Keep healing.
Very nice. Good target.
Kind of lucky. I do the herb and Fizz on the same person to fully recover them, and it works even through attack.
Yeah, a lot of this fight is judgment calls because you have to prioritize healing. Typically, you do Felix and Piers if they're hurt more because Shiva and Jenna are going to be more tanky.
I don't think this slash does anything, but it's like, I could either do that or defend. It doesn't make a big difference. In fact, defend would just only save time because defend does not stack with the Granite. Alright. We're done. That is probably the most technical fight.
Good fight.
Alright, well, surprisingly, we won 4-on-1. Who knew? Oh, reinforcements.
Alright, so it might not be obvious, but right now, Alex is stalling for time. Satiros is so strong that he's recovering right now. So by stalling for time, Alex is able to get away and provoke us and ask us some questions. Alex is a mysterious character, and you could sort of find out more about him in the next game.
Yeah, Alex actually, it's not clear how strong he really is because you never fight him in this game, and he's more of an ally in the next game, at least for most of the game. So it seems like all he's really interested in is the ultimate objective of the antagonist, which is to delight the lighthouses. And if it means not fighting to the death to do that, then that's what he'll do. And maybe he's really just really good at bluffing because he buys enough time here for Satiros to stand up and then says, well, now that Satiros is up, you wouldn't want to fight us 4-on-2. Like, you could barely do 4-on-1. Now, like, Satiros is not really in that much shape. And Alex says, like, well, you couldn't hope to beat us both. But if that was really true, then they would probably want to fight us and take the Mars Star.
I love that teleport. He moves like 10 feet.
Yeah. Well, you have no chance of beating us, but you just keep holding on to that Mars Star. We'll get it from you eventually.
Oh, and it should be noted, they already threw the Mercury elemental star into the lighthouse. So
yeah, that's what that orb was up there, just in contrast to what we'll see later that will be on the lighthouse that is not yet lit.
So we kind of already failed our quest. But don't worry, we'll get them next time.
Yeah, there are 4 lighthouses after all, so one being lit, well,
Yeah.
it's actually going to have some positive effects because at the base of the lighthouse, there's going to be a fountain of like healing water that was not there, and it will be useful for the town of Emil to heal themselves, and we're going to use the bottle to bottle some of it up, and it'll be useful on our next quest.
Yeah, so if we had done the Kolyma Forest quest first, we would not be able to complete it until after we finished Mercury Lighthouse. So since we did it in that order, we can now go straight and not have to backtrack. So Mia sees how important things are, and she's like, you know what? I'll join you for good. And I don't think I mentioned it, but Mia was much higher level than everybody else, and that's significant right now because we have, with the Mercury Djinn, we have access to a synergy called a Void, which is essentially like a repel from the Pokemon series. And the way a Void works is your average party level. Since Mia was level 10, I think, she bumps us up quite a bit.
Yeah, I don't remember if she joins at 10 or if she's 10 now, but either way, with the levels we gained in Mercury Lighthouse plus getting Mia and also getting the 2 Mercury Djinn, we'll have access to a Void. And then the way you get access to a Void is actually by not putting it on Mia. You put it on either like Isaac or Garrett. So we're going to just swap that over, do some healing, and then you'll see a Void in our list. So this is one of the advantages of mixing Djinn up, but you get access to this. You can buy this effect. It's called the Sacred Brother.
Get the
water. Yeah, thank you very much. That would be a very bad thing to forget.
No worries. There we go. 1 Hermes water.
It's only just a little bit of a trek from Kolyma Forest back here, so don't want to make that trip twice.
So while we use the Void, it doesn't work as well here on this overworld, but after we go through the cave.
Yeah, I think that was my what I crossed my wires on. I'm not actually supposed to use a Void there. It doesn't do anything yet.
Yeah, no worries.
So that's where I would normally use the bottle.
But with all the Djinn set, you can see all of our HP values are over 100. We get the benefits of the additional stats, so fleeing is much safer. But we're still hoping for a few encounters, but let's see what the game gives us. Oof. But I believe on our trek to Kolyma Forest, we have some time.
Alrighty. Oh, we got quite a few donations coming in. A number of them channeling their inner Isaac and Felix. We got $5 from Orb Fan that says no comment. $25 from an anonymous donor with no comment. $25 from Gleason with no comment. $5 from an anonymous donor, no comment. $50 from Just Joe, hey, no comment. $25 from Mecha Link with no comment. $25 from Spock Rocket with no comment. And $25 from the N Beta with surprise, surprise, no comment.
Well, thank you, everybody.
We have $10 from Keeano, who'll be running Dragon Quest later today, and just says Larpus. Given that name has been showing up for a few things, I'm not 100% sure where it's going, but I think it's for the Dragon Quest hero name. We'll be running Dragon Quest 11 later tonight with a race of Keanu and Jerikandra, who will be doing any percent PC on that. And Larpus is currently the leading file name. As for a later run that we have, it's earlier than that, but later today, for Crystallis, Larpus is also in the lead with $50. So definitely, when you put your donations, put them towards incentives. Make sure to hit the add incentive button on the donation page when you go to donate, and you can put them towards any bid wars. Or if there's a name that you particularly like that isn't listed, you can put money towards getting that name met as well.
The encounter rate before I left Bilibin Cave there was getting a little ridiculous, so glad to be rid of that. Void will have a little bit more effectiveness until we get into the second room of Kolyma Forest here.
Yeah, the higher level you are, which typical runs of this game, you try to minimize your experience. The effect lasts a bit longer. I'm not sure if we hit that threshold. I don't think Felix is at level 7. I think that's what he needs to be. But anyway, so Kolyma Forest, do you like pushing puzzles? You get to push some logs.
Yep, we're going to be rolling quite a bit.
Rolling in the forest. But this music is fantastic. It's so relaxing. It's the pan flutes.
Taking some slightly suboptimal movement, it's fine.
No worries.
This game actually has some pretty nice forgiving mechanics where if you're in the middle of a puzzle area, you usually do not accrue encounter steps. Once you step outside the puzzle, it's fair game. So sometimes suboptimal movement doesn't compound into additional time loss.
Alright, so we have some new enemies. We have a troll, we got bees. Everything is a little bit dangerous, but because of how we're set up, we could take usually about 2 to 3 rounds of punishment. But the last round, it starts getting a little bit dicey, so we hope we can run away. So this is a really cool puzzle. There's a treasure on the other side that if you line up all the logs just the right way, you can go collect it. Or you can do a thing, just line up, and if you push a button, I think it's like up and A on the same frame, you could collect a treasure chest through a stump or something. But it contains a pretty nice defensive gear, but we don't need it for this run.
Yeah, again, defense is not going to mitigate a lot of the things that are actually dangerous to us at this point.
Yes, some of the defensive gear has additional properties where it could either like boost your elemental damage or your resistances to an element. I think that one is resistance to mercury.
Yeah, but not a lot of stuff that actually like hits you with mercury that
Correct.
is also threatening.
Yeah.
There are some things called creepers that can cast mercury spells here, but very rarely is that a problem and not worth going for the treasure for that.
There is a technique you can do when you climb up a ladder or a vine or something like that, where if you hold down up or up down if you're at the top, with 13 frames, and then on the 14th flame you could do an instant climb. So if you can get it your first try, it saves quite a bit of time, but it's very hard to do.
I've never been able to do it. It's very precise, and this is a 60 frames a second game, so it's a one-frame trick. Yep, attacks first.
Very nice.
It's a one-frame trick. It's pretty tough, but it only saves a few seconds, and it's like really just in this dungeon. Like if I could instant climb this ladder, I'd save a couple seconds. But you'd have to get it first try also.
So what we're doing is making our way to another friend, another Jupiter Djinn. It's Breeze?
Yep, it's Breeze.
So, again, only 11% chance to run away, but Breeze has been known to be one of those that more often than not will run, but let's see how it goes.
Using Fever there to let Sheba do some damage.
Very nice.
And just, yeah, fast attack. Love to see it. I used I don't know why I used Kieran. That's fine.
That's all right.
I was supposed to use Ramses. I was thinking ahead to the Tread fight where we use Kieran.
No worries. And we get a new friend. So in addition to providing extra speed, Jupiter Djinn also increase your total amount of synergy points. So sometimes that becomes really helpful when you need extra PP to use retreat or some cure at some point. It's a little technique you can do if you find yourself a bit low.
All right, encounters have been pretty good in here.
You might get a skip here.
Maybe. Just gotta make our way onto the little leaves here, and then, yeah, it's one of those puzzles where you get to step on it once, and the second time you fall through. And this is where you need to fall to the core of the dungeon where the boss Tret awaits us. Tret was one of the things that was hit with a synergy stone, so he's the cause of the curse here.
Yeah, Tret has been a little bit corrupted. Well, we'll see his true nature afterward. Obviously, this level's been heavily inspired by Ocarina of Time. This is like the Deku Tree. We even fell through a spider web at the top. But we're fighting the manifestation of a tree. It's quite a pretty face. All right, Tret is kind of annoying. What he can do is put us to sleep. He doesn't always do it. It's great if it doesn't happen. But some runners have been known to almost always get Sleep Star, and I always feel bad when it happens.
So here's a combo where I unleash Fever and then unleash Kieran immediately after that to make it available for the summon pool. And Tret is weak to fire.
Very nice.
Nice fast attack and a dodge. And on this turn, just going to set up for the final turn. Uh-oh. Well,
all right.
We'll see if our plan gets ruined. Two people fall asleep. That's not good. It's not really in trouble, just slower.
Yeah, one of our goals is if this fight goes optimally, we can get a rainbow kill on Tret. And that gives us a little bit of extra experience and guaranteed drop. It's not important right now because Tret doesn't give as much experience as other enemies later. But the way you get a rainbow kill is you use a Djinn, an attacking Djinn, that is the opposite of whatever the enemy is. So Tret is a Venus Djinn, so you use a Mars attacking. And, Sheba's hanging in there. All right, they awoken. But at this point, we're just trying to survive through it. Very nice.
Exactly as planned, right? Get the rainbow kill anyway.
All right. And we saved the tree.
Yeah. Oh, and so the rainbow effect there when Tret was defeated just means we get a little bit of extra experience gold, and if it was a regular enemy, like a little bit of extra drop rate, but we always get the drop off of Tret here. Experience does matter a little bit, so it's nice to get if you can get it. If you don't, there's a little bit of luck involved even if you align the element correctly. Not a big deal if we don't get it, but I did try to get it and it paid off. So yeah, now that we've, defeat means friendship essentially once again, Tret feels a little bit of regret, but he's, still hurt from all the destruction that has occurred in the forest, so maybe we could heal him somehow, if only we had some
Magical water.
magic elixir from a legendary lighthouse.
But yeah, it's got a lot of extra cutscenes. There was another fellow tree. I'll think of her name in a second, but she's the one who told us that Tret's not in his right mind. And Laurel, thank you. And so now we help the forest. This gets rid of the curse, and they talk a long time. We got plenty of time.
That sounds like my cue. We got $10 from Bachan that says, when is Barda Strats?
Hey, Bachan, thanks.
At $10 from Lord Bob Breed that says, we need to study harder, so let's pick Oswald. So again, that's for the upcoming Octopath Traveler 2 run. And I want to remind everybody that we have prizes that you can donate to enter into a chance to win. For this current block, for Golden Sun in particular, we have a fantastic Golden Sun print provided by Subconscious Realms. That's a $5 minimum donation. We also have a Golden Sun wooden case replica provided by Pigmented. It is kind of like a square Game Boy Advance box art looking thing that resembles the box art of this game. It's really cool. We have it actually over in our prize section. That's a minimum of $25. For the next run, this is going on for the next few hours, the next few games in this prize block up until our save point midway through, but you can also win a PC key for Octopath Traveler 1 and Octopath Traveler 2, as well as a Tressa cross stitch. Minimum $5 for any of those. You can win a Tales of Zestiria figure set provided by Shuffy. Those are going to be minimum of $5. And then as well, we also have Final Fantasy 1 copy for the NES. That is $15. A Wooting 80HE keyboard for $50. And you can also win our one of our mini grand prizes up until Dark Lord. 75 total dollars between the start of the event. So if you've already donated, you've entered towards that. But if you reach the 75 threshold, you can get a custom Nintendo DS Lite provided by Custom Game Boys. And across the entire event, if you donate $200, you're entered into a chance to win a Nintendo Switch 2 bundle, complete with the Bravely Default copy that's going to be coming with that. So any point in the event, if you get your donations in, you can enter to win any of these kinds of fantastic prizes. All of these are going towards the wonderful cause that is NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness.
Alright, so a void is no longer useful to us for the rest of the run. Everything's going to be too high level. But we're going to make a stop over here in Fusion Temple to pick up yet another Djinn buddy. This guy, we had to use Mind Read to communicate with him. He's just kind of meditating, and he's got his own telepathic powers. So he'll let the guards know that we can go in.
Yeah, it should be noted that the world of Golden Sun is loosely based on the cultures of our own world. So as we head east, we find more Eastern-like cultures. So in this dungeon, there's a Force Gem, and they expect you to pick that up and you use it in the next dungeon, the forest. But we don't actually need to get it.
Yeah, nothing's actually compelling us to come here, and as long as you don't pick that up, you have, well, in this case, Jenna kick stumps instead of using force on them. Alright, gonna have to drain some synergy to do a retreat glitch here.
Yeah, so to do the retreat glitch, you need to have 5 or less PP, because I think it's 6 to cast retreat, and you need the message to pop up that say not enough PP. When that happens, then the retreat glitch is active. Whenever you get an encounter, it will disappear, and then you have to redo it if you so get it. All right, buddy. This is another guy we don't want to run away. He's also a little bit dangerous. He could knock out Shiva.
Oh, hold on. That was... I don't know why I crossed my wires again. That's the right side.
There we go. All right, one slash. Ugh.
Thankfully, Shiva is resistant to Jupiter attacks like Wind Slash, so even with his low HP, he's fine there.
Shiva's hanging on. Shiva's been known to hang on. All right, Turtle Lady. Kieran. Fire Dog. So, one of the reasons we made this detour is with our third Jupiter Gem, we now have access to an extremely powerful summon that is incredibly fast.
Yep, it's the fastest summon in the game, and we're getting it as early as we can, and we can start fighting things instead of just running away. So there's a lot of incentive to go here. If you continue doing Fleece Strats in Kalima Forest, it's extremely, extremely sketchy to get through.
Alright, so the gimmick in the forest is you get that monkey, he jumps into the stump, and you use force to knock him out. He gets a little afraid, and then he'll rush off in the direction you need to go. So this area is kind of like a Lost Woods, where if you pick the wrong path, it takes you not back to the beginning, but you end up being turned around for quite a bit. But if you know the path, you don't have to do that.
Alright, so here's Procne. Jump Blink.
1, 2, 3, bang! It's gone. Good old Windbird.
And we're waiting for a Jin recovery. With that chirp, we just know to go to the Jin menu really quick, set up our loadout, and get out.
And by setting Forge on Piers, we have access to a Synergy. Sometimes the groupings we get here are a little bit too strong for the single Procne summon, so you need a little additional Synergy for some damage.
Alright, just making our way down. The encounters are fine so far.
Yeah.
This is ideal. Perfect. If you get an encounter right, like if you get an encounter just a little bit too close to the door, but like also kind of far away from it, like if it was a little bit closer and I had to go through the door, I wouldn't get the Jin recovery, but my encounter steps would still be accruing. That can be a little awkward because you want to get that Jin recovery to be ready for the next fight, and sometimes you just can't, and then you would have to do something else.
Alright, Quartz.
Ooh, we got a skip, it looks like. There we go.
Okay, Quartz, be nice. Be nice. Is he gonna be nice? Okay, he's nice.
Yeah, this one is the one that's the worst to run away because you have to do that whole puzzle again from the very top of the screen.
Yeah, you have to leave, re-enter the screen, and you usually get at least 2 encounters back here. So in a run, it's quite punishing. And again, it's supposed to be 11%, but it's more like 50%. It's pretty bad. Anyway, Quartz.
It feels like 50% anyway. I have an old clip where he ran away twice in a row, and it's just not a good day.
So Quartz is a unique Jin that allows you to recover somebody in battle who has been knocked out. Recoveries with the Waters of Life are rare, and they're very expensive, and they're limited. But with Quartz, you can do it as many times as you want. However, it's not guaranteed to work. So here's an encounter where you need additional Synergy to take out the whole group. It's still extremely fast. So.
When I rolled the log on the way out there, I was not accruing encounter steps, so it's a little bit faster. Or at least, like, it might be slower, but it's a little bit better in the long run for...
Quartz was set.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
It's basically the same either way, that you get Mia fast enough to use Procne, or use it after Ivan does his softening up.
Okay, no worries. No.
And then you get Cure on her for what that's worth.
So what we're doing here is making our way to a very, very good item. It's the Elven Vest, I think.
Yeah, the Elven Shirt is an item that gives whoever's equipping it a 50% boost to their agility stat. And, like, you only need so much agility, but since we're kind of under-leveled, getting a multiplier plus 50% is very important. We're going to equip that on Mia to start, and that will make her also be very speedy. And then we also will not need to set any Jin now to get the ideal pattern.
Yeah, it should not be understated how useful this piece of equipment is. It's so useful, when you transfer all your stuff over to TLA, it's still one of the better pieces. It's not great stat-wise, but just the ability to pretty much go first in battle is just outstanding.
Yeah, like, think about it this way, like, why would you need defense if you just never get hit in the first place?
Right.
If you can defeat your enemies before they even touch you, that's way more valuable.
All right, we're coming up on the end. We're going to fight a big old monkey.
Yep, doesn't seem like we got any quads. Those are the encounters that can be a little more awkward, but no problems here.
Yeah, so the upcoming boss is Killer Ape, but sometimes he could be Chiller Ape because he doesn't attack you. But there are things he can do. There's an attack called War Cry, which pretty much is a stun, a one-turn stun. And that almost always hits Garrett, and we just don't want to see it. He could also block Synergy with a bind attack. Again, that usually hits Garrett, and we don't want it to hit Garrett. But sometimes he could just make it rain.
Yeah,
That
so
is a Chiller Ape.
yeah, first turn, we're gonna go shields up, but then we're gonna use Zephyr that we collected back in the Fusion Temple. That boosts our agility score, as we just discussed. Going first is important. We can skip one of the Killer Ape's turns there. Debilitate does nothing important. And then we do the good old Fever Kieran combo again.
Yeah, so getting a rainbow kill on Killer Ape is far more significant than getting it on Tret. And we kind of want this because the route changed from a couple years ago. We used to fight a whole boss that we just now skip. So getting the extra experience helps for the rest of the game.
Unfortunately, Killer Ape is Rockney, so we're going to have to use some other summons to round out our damage here. As you can see, a rare appearance of Sibylle. It's a kind of a slow summon, but it's going to do a little more damage than Prockney did. Third tier Venus summon. And then Garrett used Kieran last turn to finish off the turn with Flare Wall, slightly boosted. Alright, set up for the rainbow. Just do a little bit of chip damage, and then come in with Fever. Oh, damage ranged?
What?
Did I mess up on him? No, it doesn't matter. We'll just...
No, we didn't get the stun voltage from Mia. But I'm not sure what
should be
happened.
very low here.
Oh well.
Whatever.
It's all good. That was drop. So that item is very helpful.
Yeah, if you don't pay attention, like, you might not have noticed, we got an important item called the Tao's Drop. You can get access to the Tao's Synergy without it, but it's not guaranteed.
Right, this is a cool little setup. By being on the relatively correct pixel, there's this lady who is carrying water, and if you talk to her, she drops the water. She says, "Oh, you startled me." And what you can do is, if you're set up properly, you can freeze this water and clip into it onto the top of it.
I don't think I'm set up correctly, but we'll try it.
Yeah, let's try it. It's okay. It saves a few seconds. Wiggle, wiggle. All right, that's all right.
Yeah, sometimes you can get just launched directly upwards, and you can dig into it a little bit if you don't get it right away, but I could tell from where I was standing, it just wasn't quite right, and just take the long way around. It's no problem.
Yeah.
So I did some Jin Binding while I was waiting for her to come over, so we're all set up now for the next fight, which is... Well, there's going to be an encounter on the way, at least one, but there's another Jin we can collect on the world map up here.
I know there are 3 Jin on the world map. I'm not sure if there's a 4th. But we go out of our way to make sure we have 4 of every type, and then from then on we don't need as many Jin. Yeah, we have the option... Wait, do we? Can we? Yeah, we could run away. You could set all the Jin, become pretty tanky, and try to run. All right, there he is.
We get to see a rare appearance of the Neptune summon, the level 3 Mercury. It's about as slow as... It's just like only a tiny bit faster than the level 4, so we'll get our level 4 before too long. Just, yeah, rains down, but it's a good chunk of damage. And this is Corona. Corona is only going to be used to beat summons, unfortunately. His ability is just to boost defense, and as we discussed, defense is not that important. So I'm just setting 3 Jupiter Jin on standby, just in case we need to clear something with a quick Prockney.
Oh,
attacks first against an ape. So random ape encounters, they're the same as the ones you can fight in the Mogul Forest, and they have so much HP, it is just not worth your time to try to engage them. So even if we had a decent setup, it would be really slow to take them out.
There goes Jerry. It was not a problem. That famous NPC we called Jerry because he likes to get in your way. And in Golden Sun, you could push NPCs out of your way, which is kind of silly. So anyway, we're in the mining town of Alton, and it's flooded. And these monsters have come to life and are flooding the town.
They just want to have some fun. Like, this guy is really playful, and he says, like, hey, why don't you jump up here with me? I'm going to show you how to use frost.
It's a very good visual tutorial, but it is very slow. All right, but we have some time. We're going to fight these guys.
Alrighty, we got $10 from Zegp that just says, this is one of my favorite RPG series. Hope you have a great run, and greetings from Chile.
Chile.
I have $25 from I'm Stranger, or I'm Stranger. There's a capital G. Either way, first-time watcher and first-time donator. Always loved RPGs, and this is RPGs taken to another level. Really looking forward to seeing Chrono Trigger by Puexel in a few days. Let's see the bonus cutscenes. I believe those are going to be for the bonus cutscenes for Crystallis, which is going to be later today. That is one of our next milestone incentives, or our next challenge incentives. That is currently at $389 out of $750. So get your donations in by that end of that run to get those cutscenes met. We had a $100 donation from an anonymous donor that says, "One Shrew Magic."
So this time they gave us another synergy item, the Frost Rule, and it was a little bit more explicit about it. Frost is something that Mia does get in her default class, but if you experiment, then they're like, well, maybe we need to give the player an item just in case so they don't get stuck, and they did the whole Frost tutorial there. We're going to use it, we're going to take advantage of that by giving that over to Ivan, and the Douse Drop can go to Isaac. And then we'll set up for using Frost later, and then do a little bit of healing. And we're set for Alton. So during Alton Peak, we're going to try to get someone poisoned in the party, because it's going to lead to some shenanigans later on. So we'll be on the lookout for encounters that can cause poison, such as this one.
These guys.
I'm just going to go ahead and take this, because this is pretty much ideal.
Yeah. Optimally, you wait until you need the poison to get it, but sometimes you could run around for about 5 minutes and not get any encounter that give you poison. So I try to take the first one as soon as possible. As for poison, we will be taking continual damage. There you go.
China got poisoned.
Perfect.
And then I could try to run away, but we'll just play it safe.
Yeah, so while you take the poison damage, you do have to heal periodically, and it's kind of slow to do that. But, all right. So every time I take a poison tick of damage, you'll see Felix jump up in the air like that. That's going to be relevant really soon.
Yeah.
All the poison encounters.
Yeah, this would have been an even better one to get poison off of, but we'll just clear it. My strategy is going to be, especially during a marathon, anything I can clear with Procne, I'll clear with Procne. Trying to run from too many things can get the poison carrier in trouble, so I'm going to try to keep them alive as much as possible.
Yeah, usually the rule of thumb is if Procne can clear the encounter and just Procne, you could and should take it. If it requires another synergy, like there's an ape or the rats, then it's debatable. But again, fleeing is faster on average, but that has consequences.
If there's like a single, then maybe I'll run from that. I'll just make a judgment call at the time. Right, one more the living statue here. This is one of the tougher menus for me for no particular reason, but doing it okay today.
It is one of the most awkward menus for sure. Very nice. Yeah, so this guy has access to synergy that takes a while, and the fastest thing he could do is attack.
Alright, the water level goes down, and we'll get out of here and go to the next part. And then I remember not to step outside, because I don't need to. Because yeah, just fighting the mini-boss there resets the encounter steps.
Yeah, anytime you get an encounter, it should be obvious, but the encounter rate resets, but also transitions into rooms resets the encounter rate. Or, sorry, that's your first CVS. Yeah, leaving a dungeon resets your encounter rate. There we go.
So right now, yeah, I'm just optimizing to have as many Jin as set as possible to get stats, and then but have access to property to clear things quickly. And I'm gonna ride these slightly anachronistic mine carts that kind of feel like
Tax first.
Tax first means you don't have to fight that and save a little time.
I think that's number 7 or 8 for tax first.
Yeah, it's been quite a lot. I'd say a good amount you can get in a run would be like 10, and we're like about halfway through the game so far, so definitely ahead of pace on attacks first.
Yeah, one thing we're going to do, or Akdylie's going to do, is set up the retreat glitch. So he needs to keep Isaac's synergy points somewhat low, which he's doing by having him heal. So it should be good. Some rats.
Rats, unfortunately, cannot be cleared with Procny so quickly, but they also tend to like run away themselves or use useless attacks like Smoke Bomb.
It's kind of one of my favorite things with RPG speedruns, where you get something that's like double-purposed, like using Ply to heal and drain, so it doesn't feel like a waste of time to do stuff like healing.
Yeah, healing is like one of the faster ways to drain your synergy. If you don't have anyone to heal, though, then you gotta do something with a long animation. I'm gonna play this safe just in case. Only because Jenna is below 100 HP, and like things could go really, really long, and I haven't saved in a while. I'll probably save after we leave here.
Yeah, it's imperative that we keep poison for an upcoming glitch. And losing it is extremely punishing.
Something I'm kind of wondering personally. So you're playing on the Switch version, and I know the Switch version has kind of variable like input delay. How fast are the menus for this? Because I remember this game having like really tight menus on the GBA.
Extremely fast.
Yeah, it's. I don't have any issues playing it on the Switch for that reason. There's an interesting thing about Switch Online. The emulation that it uses internally is a little bit inaccurate and runs a little bit faster than like a Game Boy Advance would, and it's not noticeable to like the untrained eye. But yeah, I mean it's interesting to talk about in the speedrun community for sure.
Yeah, we had a similar thing with Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga. It's like I think the GBA ran at like 59.72 frames per second, whereas the Switch runs at a flat 60, so you end up like over a course of a run this long saving like, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, and we deal with that on the leaderboards by just doing some math on whatever times are submitted. For this fight, I'm going to do this instead. So now that Isaac's level 11, he's going to have usually enough agility to outspeed the living statue, and then we'll just have him use Sibylle instead of having people take 4 actions. We'll just get away with 3 summons instead.
Yeah, we didn't mention it, but there's some variability in the stats when you level up. It's usually not noticeable, but for the speedrun, it's just agility for Isaac is usually the most important thing.
Yeah, if you ever see something weird where like Isaac and Mia in the Tret fight are acting out of the order you expect, then you know Isaac's rolled low on agility, and then that might suggest not doing this strat now, but I didn't see anything like that.
Yeah, usually when you get an extra level, which doesn't normally happen in a run, Isaac will almost always be fine in that fight.
Alright, so we're going to do some retreat glitches coming up here. We're going to run from this because it's got an 8.
Alright. Cross your fingers. No ransack. Okay. Okay, good.
We're fine.
All's well. Alright, so what Akdylie's going to do is, with a specific setup, going into this next room, you can get a poison proc, jump up in the air, and interact with the Jinn on top of the ledge. It's a little bit precise, you have a few frames to get it, but very nice. So you can skip an entire puzzle that takes a couple minutes of encounters. But will he be a friend? Okay, he's a friend. He did not run away. Very friendly Jinn this run.
Yeah, one of the things I do to make that jump reliable is I kind of like press A before your feet even like leave the ground almost, and like that seems to make it pretty reliable. It's got a big buffer. So anyway, yeah, getting poison lets us get a Jinn early, but we're not done with poison yet.
And it's our 4th Mercury, so we have access to the tier 4 summon Boreas.
our gen menus get a little awkward now because we don't have the same amount of gen on every person anymore, but that's fine. That will even out eventually.
Yeah, so for gen recovery outside of battle, you hear the little tick. That lets you know recovered. When you distribute the gen on everybody, one on everybody, then you have immediate access to summons afterward. If you put all the gen on one person, every time you hear the little tick for recovery, that'd be only one for that group. So if you wanted to summon Boreas and put all the Mercury gen on Mia, for example, it could take several ticks outside of battle. But if you distribute it, anybody can summon.
Attacks first on a scary encounter. Very nice.
Love to see it.
I'm watching Felix's synergy points because I'm going to set up for another retreat glitch as best as I can.
Yeah, there's a cool trick coming up, and there's two ways to do it. The more consistent, easy method is with the retreat glitch, but the other way utilizes the insta-climb. So the insta-climb is faster, but only if you do it first or second try.
I have now set up for it successfully because Isaac's going to recover, or sorry, Felix is going to recover up to 5 synergy points before we reach the bottom there.
So at this point, they expect you to use force on this log, but since we don't have it, Garrett kicks the sign out of frustration, because, Jenna kicks the sign out of frustration because she's Jenna. So we run away, because we triggered a trap. And there goes another meatball. We've learned to fear meatballs.
Like I was just standing there like, I don't know what I did.
The Revenge of the Meatball from the prologue.
All right, so we heard a roar. So obviously we need to go down there and find out what just happened. All right, so this is the cool trick. By using our retreat glitch, you can instantly climb, or you can climb up and go out of bounds.
Yeah, the loading zone is disabled during this retreat glitch. It's not like a door, it's a slightly different application. And then we're just walking along the ceiling here. Do basically like maybe slightly out of bounds, but we can steal the treasure chest from behind the boss that normally you'd have to defeat to get access to, and then just use a retreat glitch normally to get out of there. And then reset our encounter steps, and we're going to take the other path now that we didn't earlier. We got the lifting gem, and we're going to equip that and let Mia lift this rock out of the way to let us advance through Alton.
She does, in fact, lift.
Yeah, that was like a rogue, a level 20 rogue rolling a natural 20, where we just go out of bounds, go out of the game, pick up the thing that they didn't know, and get out of there.
I left my Jin at home, apparently.
That's all right. Yeah, everybody is significantly tankier, even though we're still very low level. With the Jin stats we've acquired, we can survive most things. There's the lift. So it is very important that we get lift. You need it to finish the game. If we could skip it, it would be so much faster, but it's too important. Elixir. Pretty good on garbage items. I think I saw there was a nut and then the elixir there.
Alright, we made it to Lama Temple, so we're out through Alton, and we can heal up our synergy just fine. And then we do some Jin menuing, and then here we have a very long cutscene.
Very long.
This is, spoilers, Shiba's sister, Emma, and which doesn't make it obvious, but she's going to teach us Reveal, and Reveal is the required synergy to get through the final dungeons. But we have to do some idle chatter first, and then learn about some other friend of hers that is stuck on the pass up ahead that we can choose to save or ignore. And I guess we're not going to be spending our time on that today.
It's a long cutscene. That sounds like my cue. All right, we got $5 from Rusano Greenstripe. It says, shoutouts to Ghost Kuma for being a cool guy. Looking forward to these run later. Thank you. We have $25 from ASmith1313. It says, love this event and love this game. Can't wait for Octopath Traveler 2 later. Good luck to all the runners this week. I have a $25 anonymous donation without any comment, but Thank you very much. Every donation is very much appreciated, and any dollar amount is very much appreciated. It all goes a long way. We have $25 from Super Handy that says Larpus. Also, good luck with the rest and amazing commentary from both Dylie and Corp.
Thanks, Andy.
I have 1110 from Fruit Skin that says more Larpus, please. And those, I assume, have been going towards Dragon Quest 11 and beyond, because I've been seeing the name Larpus showing up in the tracker all sorts of times on here. As a bit of an update to that Octopath Traveler 2 run coming up, Oswald has taken the lead over Throne with a $10 lead at $135, with Throne at $125, and Ochet in a distant third at $40, but it's still up in the air, so get your donations in. That will be cut off, I believe, shortly before or right at the start of the next run. We don't have too much time. We are more than halfway through this Golden Sun run.
All right, so this young girl is Fei Ji. She has really nice purple hair. She's come to say, hey, my friend is trapped in the pass, and so...
what's the friend's name again? Depends on which game you're asking for, because the translation changes.
It's Hasu, H-S-U. I think that's how you spell it.
Yeah, and then it changes to Olmuk in the next game.
So, what's it? Ivan's sister bestows upon Ivan the Synergy, or the reveal. And if you played The Lost Age, you know it's a very long, difficult journey to acquire that Synergy, but here it just transfers over like it's nothing.
Yeah, apparently it's really easy to teach if you just got someone that already knows it, but if you don't, then you gotta undergo a quest to touch a rock.
You have to earn it. All right, so where we need to go is a very dangerous desert known for its mirages, and it's known to mislead people, and of course the monsters there are deadly.
Yeah.
But with the reveal Synergy, we'll be able to see where we need to go and not be fooled.
Yeah, and it also reveals the oases that we can use to not take as much damage. So we're going to pick up a safety water of life here. If our poison carrier Jenna falls, that won't be good, so I'm going to make a safety save right now.
Alright, so the mechanic is when you're on the sand, there's a bar that fills up, and when it hits the top, you take damage. You could minimize the damage, or not minimize it, you could avoid the damage by finding an oasis to cool off, and then it resets the bar. With very careful movement, you can be on platforms, or called platforms, to avoid the sand. So you can get the damage procs when they happen at just the right time. We're still poisoned, so we gotta be just a little bit careful not to avoid healing up for too long, but it should be fine. Some of these enemies are things we fought before, like bees. There's these lizards that are really tanky, so you have a couple options of dealing with them. You can either use our tier 4 summon Boreas, or you could use a combination of Procme and something else to have a quick fight. But we are preparing for another retreat glitch for a different application, so it's really cool how much you can use the retreat glitch in this run.
Yeah. If it wasn't for the heat waves here that do so much damage to us, like I wouldn't have taken that Synergy Crystal to fully recover Felix's Synergy, but it's a good way to have free healing, essentially, and then still have room for the retreat glitch coming up. So the Salamander here can be pretty nasty. If you see two of those, we're going to use the Boreas Summon for the first time to take those out, but I'd be content to not see them today.
Apparently found their siblings just hanging out over there. So there is another friend hanging out in the desert, but you need reveal to find him. I think it's the Jupiter Jin Smog. There he is. Oh, you found me. He's happy to join us.
Yeah, apparently the hidden shadow world of the reveal area isn't considered hostile territory for fighting Jin purposes.
Alright, so coming up is a trick that uses the retreat glitch that we call slip and slide. By using reveal, then the retreat glitch, and then holding up right in a certain direction, you can go out of bounds. And you end up here, and then you could pretty much go straight to the boss. So the boss is in a different room, but he's also loaded in the top left portion of the screen.
Yeah, at the 0, coordinates, we're gonna see some interesting interactions here. So we're just gonna kind of go up here, smog for quartz, smog for fizz, breeze for corona, set those, make sure everyone's full. And now we're gonna move the elven shirt over to Ivan.
Maybe safety save?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so this fight is just a little bit dangerous because it could knock somebody out. And if that person has poison, then that's a run over usually. The Manticore. So at this point of the game, the bosses aren't fooling around. They hit hard.
First time we get 2 actions per turn.
Zephyr is such a useful gem, doubling our speed essentially.
Yeah, Zephyr won't guarantee that Manticore doesn't get any actions on turn 2. So we just got to survive turn 1 here. And granted, giving us 50% damage reduction goes a long way to keeping us alive. Since Jenna is our poison carrier, we're in pretty good shape. Do that, and we're going to see some new summons here. Here's Thor, the slowest summon in the game, but still the level 4 Jupiter summon.
Yeah, this fight used to be far more dangerous because it was 3 turns instead of 2. But since we discovered getting the Mercury Gem in Alton, we have access to Boreas, which does a lot more damage.
We can get damage ranged here, and hopefully that doesn't happen.
Nice.
No problem. Probably cure that extra venom there. Yeah, we took some deadly poison off of the Manticore's poison tail. But we only need 1 person poisoned.
All right, there's one friend we need, Vine. Will he show up? Will he stay? Will he be a friend? Or not? So Vine is a bit weird because he's in different parts of the map, and if you don't hold a direction when you get an encounter, they're nice. He's pretty much guaranteed to show up, but if you're holding down or up or whatever, it won't be Vine, it'll be something else. So, okay. There you go. It's typical Vine. So by tapping, Akdylie's tapping forward so he can stop. There you go.
Vine's just letting me practice my menuing. I did it a lot better the second time, and he still wasn't impressed. 3rd time's the charm?
Okay, there he goes. So Vine is a very useful gem, mostly for the endgame bosses. He essentially halves the speed of for a few turns of whatever boss you use it on or enemy.
Yeah, Vine's very important, just like agility doubles. Zephyr doubles your agility, Vine halves the enemy's agility. Even if we used Thor with Shiva there, it wouldn't be enough to one-shot Vine, so we just had Isaac throw out Felix throw out a quick cutting edge.
Yeah, and with Vine, we now have our 4th Venus Djinn, so we can summon Judgment, which is the fastest tier 4 summon, and it's one of the most powerful. It depends on what enemy you're using it on, but it's also probably one of the coolest animations as well.
1 more safety save just in case we get like a nasty ambush, because this is the last part where we're going to need to have poison coming up.
Alright, so it's all been for this moment, the Gondwan Passage. So normally you're not supposed to be able to come here and go through to the next area. This is a backtracking thing. You're supposed to go to Calais, go on a ship, fight a Kraken, then go to Tolby, and then if you want to come back to the other side of the continent, you do this. But with specific movement, you can get a double poison proc and clip into this movable block, move it while you're inside of it, and then push it, and then you can have permanent access to the other side. So there you go. And now we no longer need to be poisoned.
Yep, so I cured Jenna's poison, and now we're kind of on the last leg of the game. We just got to get out of Conduit Cave, where the encounters can be a little sketchy, because we're a little bit extra under-leveled, since this is an area you're intended to come through much later.
Attacks first?
Or we could just get attacks first.
Easy. That's number 10 or 11.
And every time we get an attacks first, not only do we not have to play the animations for the summons, but we don't have to do the gen menu afterwards, and we don't have to do any healing afterwards.
Yeah, when you get to this side of the world, there is some input lag when you're doing your gen menus as well. So it feels kind of, at least I play on the Game Boy Player, which is essentially the GBA, and I noticed there's input lag there. I'm not sure how it is on the Switch version though.
I haven't noticed too many problems. There are some areas that are leggier than others, such as like treachery.
Are you going to attack Toby?
I am not going to attack. I'm not going to attack Toby. It's a slight optimization to not do that, and we are going to safety save around it. But it's a slightly more modern route that I had like thought about doing once, and it's like it requires a little bit of extra setup to do it safely. And we're going to do a specific gen loadout that lets us get a lot of access to mass healing synergy. So we'll see that after we get to the entrance to Altmiller Cave.
Old Miller Cave, the runner's bane. So you're going out of our way to pick up another friend. This is Ground. Ground is arguably the most useful djinn next to Flash. But Ground essentially prevents an enemy from taking an action. So when you're fighting bosses that have 2 actions per round, having their attacks is extremely useful.
Yeah, Ground is one of the most important djinn in the whole series. Taking away actions is totally busted. There's one djinn that can take away even more actions than this that is available in the Lost Age. It'd be great to have that, but not appearing in this game. So if we went to Toby first, we could get another Mars gym and get access to Meteor, which is ever so slightly faster than Boreas, but Boreas works fine just for this encounter. Otherwise, we'd prefer Judgment, which is a very fast summon.
It should be noted, it's up to the runner's judgment, no pun intended, to figure out what enemies are weak to what and to use that to summon appropriately. The faster you know, the faster you can menu, and the more time you save. Alright, so what akdylie just did is put all the Venus Djinn onto Isaac, turning him into the Gallant class, so he gets a huge amount of HP and defensive power. And we're gonna try our best to run. So fleeing in Altmiller is very fast on average, but sometimes the enemies don't want you to run away, and that's okay, but
we have access to the Wish synergies, so we can quickly heal all 4 members of our party, and we have 2 people with access to Wish, and I'm just gonna use
Tech first.
I'm going to use whoever's got more synergy points to do it, and generally we will not run out of synergy doing it that way.
Yeah, that dog we just saw is usually pretty dangerous and comes paired with another one, but that was just a single dog, so...
Yeah, the Dreadhound is... If you see double Dreadhound, it can easily wipe your party in like 3 turns if you're unlucky. This is one of the slower encounters. Gargoyles waste time, moles waste time. They're not particularly deadly, usually. That time they were pretty mean.
And it should be noted, if somebody gets knocked out, as long as it's not Isaac or Felix, it's usually okay. You can still get through the dungeon. But
that was a weird little goat thing on the ground. I wonder what that was.
Yeah, it's a little outline. So if you were to go to Toby, you could talk to NPCs and learn about their ruler, Babby, or Bobby, however you want to say his name. And he's been around for a long time. He's essentially the ruler, kind of a tyrant, but people kind of like him.
Definitely didn't do any kidnappings.
Yeah, but he runs a casino town, so I mean, you gotta like him. Anyway, so Bobby likes to take trips to Altmiller Cave because there's a special healing potion, a draft, that extends his life. However, if you talk to the little thing on the ground, that's him, and he's essentially invisible to all people who cannot sense synergy.
Oh, by the way, we're skipping a little djinn there because we already have 4 Jupiter djinn, and any more just makes the menuing more complicated and doesn't give any real benefit to this route. So we're kind of at a point where we have all but 2 of the djinn that we're going to get. Ooh. Oh, okay, that didn't hit Piers, so good, good.
Oh, so if you talk to Bobby, he gives you directions. When you finally reach the end, there's a special way to open a secret passage to where you can get the potion. There was, blue, green, white, yellow, red is the order of the rocks. And then you hit that, and then when the color wheel spins, it chooses the color, and you gotta pick the right color. So we'll see that. All right, Dreadhound. Yeah, other than that, pretty much got through the majority of Altmiller Cave.
Probably one more encounter. Yeah.
Okay.
So once we make it into this room, then we just do the color-coded unlock here. Just gotta hit the left rock, hit the right rock, and then whichever color appears on top, we'll have to just follow the order of blue, green, yellow, red, left to right.
And you could use reveal to see the colors on the rocks, but since we already know the order from left to right.
Oh, that is a cool detail. I forgot that. Yellow first, and right nice and close. Blue, making us walk.
Yeah, you generally want to be as close as you can to the center wall. Just a little bit of optimal movement. That only saves like half a second or something.
And here it is, the last of Babby's Mystic Draft. So now we're going to go back to the start of the dungeon, reset our encounter steps, although we didn't have too many, and get back to that weird little goat shadow on the ground. Yeah, these guys can call for reinforcements, and you can get out of hand if you're unlucky.
Yeah, at the very least, they just waste time with mud splatter, which doesn't do much. It's just kind of a long animation. We see 2 or 3 of them every round.
Got a moment for a donation?
Absolutely.
Alrighty, we got $200 from Demian X. Just says, I donate every year, and this year I'm in a position to donate more than normal. In my oh-so-humble opinion, RPGs are the best genre of video game. Get some exercise, go outside, touch grass, and actually beat that RPG that was set aside for the newest thing coming out. I feel like those are slightly at conflict with each other. And runner's choice for incentives.
My choice is the Chrono Cross Blindfolded Run, Blindfolded Dario fight coming up later this week. So when that is available, definitely put your donations towards that, because that is an awesome feat that Handy is running.
Agreed. Yes. So remember what I said at the beginning of the game, that the older the person, the longer they talk? Well, Bobby is pretty old. I think he's like about 150, somewhere around there. And he likes to talk. So could explain what he's talking about. So what we did now is we talked to him here, and he's going to give us the directions to go get the draft. But you talk to him the second time, he's like, oh, you got it. And then we give to him, he recovers, and he reveals himself.
Yeah, they kind of assume you're going to talk to him on the way through, but it's slightly suboptimal movement to do so, because it moves you backwards once you talk to him, so there's no point in talking to him. So instead he just says, yes, go please get the draft, and we're like, what draft are you talking about? Oh. And then once we talk to him again, then it's like, oh yeah, you meant this draft. Okay, sure. Yeah. Oh, blue, green, yellow, wait, yellow, red. I wonder how we knew that already.
Good old Bobby.
In one of my very first runs of this game, I party wiped in between the first dialogue and the second dialogue.
Yep. You'd have to take like 2 or 3 steps and you can get an encounter. So some of the older strats, you have most of your characters knocked out already, and you want to do a death warp, we call it, back to Tolby. So there's 2 ways. You get to run back or take the death warp.
Yep, death warp isn't on the table for me because I never touched Tolby in the first place. But yeah, in more recent years, new gen loadout to get access to Wish and get everyone access to more powerful classes means I actually fairly rarely have more than one person knocked out at the end of Outmiller now. It's made this much more reliable. Outmiller is a great place to lose time if you're going for PBs, and it's a little bit more consistent now where you don't have to waste a lot of time healing with using Wish. Just double tap that and everyone's back up to full. And if, like, for some reason you are having a bad day, there have been a few Psy Crystal items that have dropped throughout the run, like Satiros drops one, and I could put anyone back to full if they need to churn out some more wishes for us.
Yeah, so Bobby, he knows about a mystical land called Lemuria. That's where there's currently alchemy going on there. And that's where he got his mystical potion, the draft, to extend his life. It's essentially like the water of life. It's not immortality, but it just gets to live longer.
But the people of Lemuria live a very long time. I don't know if they're implicitly immortal or not, but yeah, Babby was there when he was like much younger, and he also went there with the founder of the town of Loompa, who, if you go visit him, and you can in this game when you go to the, but you'll see that he's like ancient and he's like on his deathbed. He's not long for this world. Babby looks, like still pretty fit. He's definitely older, but he's actually like really old. He's just as old as Loompa, but the Mystic Draft has kept him relatively youthful. And so essentially what he's been doing with his local empire, for lack of a better word, is trying to build a lighthouse to find Lemuria again so he can get more Mystic Draft. Right now, he's inviting us to Colosso because we saved his life and he's interested in our abilities to see if we would be suitable to head up an expedition with a boat of his to go find Lemuria. So we're going to take him up on his offer because we'll eventually need to find the other lighthouses. If Satyrs and Matter get ahead of us and then they get on a boat and we're landlocked, where the other lighthouses are somewhere else in the world, we'd be out of luck. So we're thinking ahead here.
Yeah, if we took the intended route to go to Calais, we would have seen there's a party that wanted to go to Tolby, because there's a big festival going on right now, the Colosso tournament, and some of the fighters were wanting to participate. So you get a bit of more idea of what we're expecting, but since we skipped it, it's kind of relative news. All right, trek back.
Definitely not the worst top Miller in terms of encounters. There was like one that was like a triple flea found and looked a little sketchy, but got out.
And a relatively harmless where they divided and were called for allies.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Oh.
Sometimes the game is mean.
You can get an encounter in the same like frame that you would enter town, but then the encounter takes priority. And then you could like have your hands off the controller when the encounter ends, and then you go into town.
All right, by trading a Jin around or activating one, you get access to growth. It's one of the earliest synergies you could just get on either Garrett or Isaac, or in this case, Ivan. And it usually leads to optional things, like I think the Elven Rapier is a really cool sword that Ivan can actually wear, one of the few weapons, so it's a sword. You need growth for that. But here we're getting a new Jin friend, so we have the Tier 4. Tier 4 Meteor.
Yep, this is Ember. Ember is an interesting ability where it can like recover some synergy points. It doesn't end up being that useful because we're not using synergy that much. Very important, by the way, that I do this Jin exchange. I did forget that the other day, and I do not recommend forgetting it. You want 5 Jin, including ground on Isaac going into Colosso here.
Yeah, so Babby was very impressed that we helped him out, and he realizes we're very strong for our age. So he wants to employ us to go to Lemuria to find more draft, but before we do that, we need to prove our worth. So obviously the protagonist, Felix, needs to go forward and participate in Colosso and try to win. But thankfully in this category, we don't have to win, we just need to defeat the first 2. I think it's just 2.
Yeah, we just have to get to the finals.
Yeah. For 100%, you do need to win, because that's somewhat of a plot point in the next game.
Yeah, when we talk about like 100%, there's like subjective definitions of that, but when we think about it in terms of what you can transfer for the bronze password, because if you like tried to pick up every single item in the game, you couldn't really fit it into your inventory anyway. So the bronze password is mostly just major story events, and I think like maybe your level. It's not a lot. But the story triggers are the big point, and that gets you access to basically most of the bosses, but bosses aren't tracked in the password, just story events.
Yeah, so we see the 7 circles for the participants, and then the 8th circle drawn in there, just at the last minute. It's cute, because it's not perfect.
Yeah, the tournament organizers are not impressed. They're like, Babby said what? We're letting in an extra person? But we don't have room. Figure it out. All right, very important to say no here.
Yeah.
So this is tutorial skip land, and if you say yes, you're going to get a tutorial.
Yeah, so the Colosso tournament is essentially an obstacle course combined with a gladiatorial fight at the end. And so when you get the tutorial, you get to see all the different sections of the current one. And then you can have your friends, they force you to pick a friend to go forward and cheer for you. But really, they're just allowing you to cheat.
Yeah, they're like, it's really important that we win this, so like maybe we could like alter the obstacle course in some way to to favor us.
Right.
And turns out we don't actually need to do that at all, but we still have to go through the sequence.
Yeah, but casually, it's something you could do. There are items you can pick up, and they take away your equipment for the Colosso fight.
Yeah, these are all temporary items, so it's like, well, you can get these extra items, but it doesn't do that much long-term good. But if you like have a really awkward class, you might need some of the healing items. So if you don't have like a Mercury-based class or a Venus-based class, you can make the fights a lot harder on yourself. But then you can pick up some extra nuts, and that hopefully is enough to get you through.
I think an oil drop might be useful at some point, but
Yeah, I pick up the oil drop just because it's a I would call it like a small micro optimization.
I love that it says lend a hand, which just means help your friend cheat. That's okay.
Yeah, I think someone in the community mentioned that in the German translation, the text on screen, it literally translates as like cheat break.
Cheat break.
So the translators knew what was up and they weren't having any of it.
Yeah, so at the top bar, you can see one player on the left and two player on the right. We're the one player on the left, and you can see our progress. And in general, the idea is the one you're facing is going to do every bit of the obstacle to collect every item. That's about how long it takes for them to get to the other side. But it's a race. The faster you get to the center, you have access to the better equipment. We start with defensive gear like a shield and gloves, and then it moves up. Eventually, you get to choose the sword. And safety saving is really nice.
Yeah, we're gonna safety save because if I lose either this fight or the next fight, then I have to start from the very beginning of Colosso, and I'm embarrassed to say that has happened to me recently, so we're just not going to take any chances. All it would take is like a missed input, the inopportune time, or like there was a case where I misunderstood a damage range by like 5 HP, and then I got punished extremely hard for that. First turn, oil drop.
Oh, nice.
He's got the strats, but does he have the gin? He does not have the gin. Oh, what are you doing?
Yeah. So the participants can either defend or heal themselves. They could also eventually cast a sleep bomb. I think that's more for the final fight, but we too can heal. And it's kind of unfair that we have access to these mystical gin and mystical powers, and these are just little big guys that hit us. But yeah, like out of the nowhere, we summon Judgment to obliterate the land, and
Defended it.
Well, yeah, he's tough. Ragnarok.
So we just spam Ragnarok until it's finished off. Decided that I did want to eat cheese.
Yeah. This Azar fight.
This is why we safety saved.
Yeah, so when
gets his extra nut, whatever.
Oh my god. Yeah, so when we use Judgment, all of our Jin go on recovery, and we're a little bit vulnerable, but after every turn we get a little bit tougher and tougher and tougher, so we can take more risks to attack.
Yeah, it's one of the few sequences where you actually like have a long multi-turn fight, so you get to see like how much the Jin really affect you over time.
Holy.
I'm pretty sure. Okay, nice regular cure.
That's alright.
I'm pretty sure this will finish him, but I'm just not going to take the chance.
That was the rudest Azar fight I've ever seen.
It's about as bad as it can get.
Yeah.
Inopportune defense, got to use both of his recovery items.
That win text, I have to think they reused that for something. I think it looks like the Mario Golf font on Game Boy
you
Advance.
might be right, yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of like overlap. If you look at the sprite work for that game, it looks a lot like this game. I wonder if they just kind of reused like whatever assets or engine they built.
Yeah, I think Mario Tennis uses the same engine as this game, believe it or not. Or no, maybe it was... There was some Mario sports game that they used the Golden Sun engine.
And Mario Tennis was on the GBA.
Yeah, I think it was Mario Golf Advanced Tour.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Got some time for donos?
Absolutely.
All right. Got 1002 from Maddie that says front row and center for Larpus. Got $25 from Damon. Says Felix, Jenna, Sheba, and Piers look different. Golden Sun is my favorite game, and I always enjoy seeing it represented at RPGLB. Who knew Poison could be so powerful? Had $10 from Boogie Poppy. Says, when I was a kid, I saw Golden Sun and Nintendo Power, and I had to play it. But we didn't have a GBA. So I convinced my parents that my sister really wanted a GBA for her birthday, and then they got her one. 3 months later, when my birthday came around, and it was only fair that I get a GBA with Golden Sun, right? And that's how I got to play it. Good luck with the rest of the run.
Similar thing in my family. I've had 2 cards of Golden Sun because there is Link battle functionality.
And that's how I learned about Nintendo, or through Nintendo Power, I learned about Golden Sun.
So my story with this game is kind of amusing. I saw it on like a Nintendo Power cover of like Game Boy, or like just page of Game Boy Advance games, and I saw Golden Sun, and I was like 9 or 10 at the time, and I ended up getting there was like a Sega games collection that had Golden Axe on it. I was like, this isn't an RPG. So it took me a couple years later before my friend loaned me the game before I got to play it.
Yeah, a lot of Colosso is waiting because we can really quickly get to the center, but just have to wait on the...
Yeah, it's the RPG auto-scroller.
Yeah.
Good time for water and a stretch and a posture check.
Have an additional donation, $10 from Air Angel that just says less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
All right, here's Sad Rage. He's a little bit meaner. Gonna start off with a judgment here. Smoke bomb right away. Fine.
That's okay, because it becomes a little bit safer as you recover Jin. Saturage does hit a little bit harder and has a lot more HP.
The strat I did with my Jin menu was supposed to minimize the amount of chances you would use it up, but he used Smoke Bomb first turn, which enabled him to use his not on the second turn. Right?
That should be okay.
It's fine.
God, man. They're so hungry.
Oh, thankfully he only has 2, so no more recovery. I just have to use 2 more Ragnaroks. Does mean I might have to recover again. Oh, he defended. Okay.
Yeah, one thing that doesn't pop up often in this fight is if you keep using Ragnarok, you're going to start to run out of synergy points. That was a good use of Spire.
I'm gonna do the thing I wanted to do in the first place, which is probably not that much faster.
It's like the power of ground. You can't move.
Yeah, it's like it wastes a turn, but it does give me an extra Jin to use in a summon, so we can finish him off with Ramses. So in the ideal fight, he doesn't use any nuts, and on turn 3 we use Flint, and turn 4 ground, and turn 5 Ramses, and he's done. But didn't work out that way today.
And one thing that we didn't really touch on, but we'll see later, and it'll be far more significant later, is that when you use a summon, your elemental power affinity goes up with that summon. So Judgment increased essentially Felix's next Ragnarok attacks, and then the next summon attack as well. I think it applies to Synergy, I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
definitely the summons.
Yeah, so both Synergy and summons. So and that's an important thing for even the Satiros fight, that you launch the summons first, and then all your Synergy from then on are boosted.
Yeah, while anyone could cast all sorts of summons, in the Satiros fight, for example, Mia Pierce was the one to use Narrate because she benefits the most from the Mercury increase. Alright, so we made it to the final round, and we do not have to win, so it's nice and chill.
So I did want to chime in actually with a bit of a special announcement. So later on today, about 6.5 hours from now, we have added a bonus run of Final Fantasy XV, the Piteous Ruins Showcase by Ashen Prime. Ashen has been one of our tech studs, I guess we could call him, so I'm really excited to see him get to showcase that. But that does also mean that we do have one additional incentive added to the event for a Noctis costume choice bid war between the Choco Mog T, the Mikote, and the Noodle Helmet. So for any of you Final Fantasy XV fans, we do get a bit of bonus action of the event a little bit later today.
Excellent. So I'm just making my way through the last obstacle course. There's a legend of the fast conveyor belt here. Did not get it. Sometimes you just go faster for no real easy to tell reason.
I think it's the pixel alignment when you're at the top part of it if
Yeah.
you're just right. Because there are subpixels in Golden Sun. That's
Yeah.
not really talked about too much. It is more so relevant in the Lost Age because there are some tricks that can only be done with subpixel setup. But again, we don't have to reach the end first. If you're going for 100% and need to win Colosso, you need to pick up that sword because Navampa does not mess around. He hits really hard.
Yeah, we'll let him take it just so that he defeats us one turn faster. Sometimes I mess up and then it just takes one extra turn. But we'll just take our time.
And Navampa is pretty wishy-washy because in 100% you want him to be kind. But in this, you want him to be brutal so you can end the fight quickly. And sometimes he just defends and smoke bomb.
Or smoke bomb, yeah. Fastest thing I can do is try to summon but not have enough Jin, because the game lets you like prepare a summon on the same turn like we did the Fever Kieran combos earlier. But in this case, like, we technically have access to Judgment, but there's no one who's going to be able to use an extra Jin, but it's still in our menu, so we can try to summon Judgment and it just fails and the turn's over immediately. So if you lose any of the other Colosso fights, this sequence happens, and then it's like a fade to black, and Isaac wakes up in the bed that he's about to wake up in, but then they say, oh, it was like, you must have had a bad dream thinking about Colosso. Like, well, it's time to keep going and do Colosso again. But thankfully for this fight, they said, nope, he's just exhausted from all of his efforts, and he's just in bed recovering now.
Who's ready for more cutscenes?
Yeah, this one's just this one's just the preamble. This is the hey Felix, how you doing? And then we're gonna go upstairs and talk to Babby, who's, well, he'll take his time explaining his quest to us.
Yeah, the oldest person in this room is like 16, 17. So you haven't seen nothing yet. Bobby's like over 150. I think it's like an 8-minute cutscene. It's so long. Oh, you gotta move. Oh wait, not yet. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm holding left.
That was a long pause. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah. This one, if you're like just like not paying attention, and also pressing A doesn't bring up in your menu, so you might just sit there like waiting for something to happen for a while. But no, after you say yes the second time, you can hold left.
Yeah, it's happened to me more than once. So sorry, I wasn't paying attention. My bad. All right.
All right, gonna go see Babby in his office here. We've been waiting for you. And on his right is Eodem, who's kind of like, I don't know if it's his right-hand man, but he's kind of in charge of all the construction going on in Lalivero to build Babby's lighthouse, which he's going to use to try to find where Lemuria is. Because Lemuria is shrouded in like this mysterious fog on the ocean, and it hasn't been successful sailing around to try to find it again. You learn in the Lost Age, it's actually really perilous to get there, and it was like extremely fortunate to get there in the first place, whatever, like 80 years ago, whenever he first went there. And then due to the eruption of Mount Aleph, it becomes even harder to get into Lemuria for various reasons. So that's a whole quest in that game. But either way, they're going to set it up here and say, like, well, Babby, I've got a boat, and if you go get some draft for me, I'll let you use the boat for your own quest too. How's that sound? Seems pretty reasonable. At this point, I don't think the party really understands quite how sketchy Babby is yet. Maybe talking to some NPCs, you might get some clues about how he got the town of Lalivero to agree to build Babby's lighthouse for him, but just say he's holding a hostage, which is not okay. We'll just say that. But the party is kind of just too naive to really realize what's going on, or have enough of a moral fortitude to say that it's unacceptable.
Yeah, Bobby's not a good person, but he never presents himself to be rude or aggressive in any way, and he's asking for help and for a favor.
Yeah, and he hasn't done anything to the party specifically, so like he doesn't come ever across as like, you know, mustache twirling evil, but he has done some pretty mustache twirling evil things if you really inspect it.
Yeah, so the idea behind the lighthouse is that he wants to build a lighthouse so tall that it can be seen anywhere from the ocean and use that to navigate to try to get to Lemuria. And it's kind of an arrogant thing because he's building the lighthouse on top of the ruins of Venus Lighthouse.
Yeah, he wanted to get into Venus Lighthouse just to see from there, but they can't get into Venus Lighthouse because they're not adepts. So he's like, well, we'll just build our own lighthouse. It'll be even better.
So yeah, at this point, we're like, yeah, we'd like to go to Lemuria and help you, but we got this quest to save the world. And he's like, oh, I guess that's important. So he's like, well, come back and we'll give you access to the ship. I think that's all they're saying. Yeah. Anyway, Golden Sun, very verbose, lots of words.
Yeah, I don't think we've hit the point where we've agreed to the quest yet,
Oh,
so we're getting there. Why us?
Why is- We're so special. We're teenagers in a JRPG.
Oh yeah, he does let us take the cloak ball that he was using before to hide in Alt Miller Cave, but we're not going to do that because it's an optional side quest to use it. That's how we would sneak into Loompa to rescue Hammett the merchant that we saw at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, and later there's this super dungeon, we call it, Crossbone Isle. And in order to finish Crossbone Isle to get to the final secret boss, you need the cloak ball. Also, if you won Colosso, you would have gotten a prize. I forgot what it's called, but it's an item that if you equip it, it increases your encounter rate. So it helps you for grinding if you want to get to whatever level you want.
The lure cap.
Lure cap, yeah.
And that it is otherwise a transferable event to win Colosso, because later on all the gladiators you fought go and accost other Felix's party in the Lost Age because he's apparently a friend of Isaac's or this Felix. Kind of a weird event, but you get a little bit of a bonus item if you win Colosso in the Lost Age.
Almost there.
All right, he's leaving. All right,
Go!
run before he comes back.
All right.
Bye.
All right, so coming up is probably the most intense part of the run, and it just kind of keeps going, so it's a roller coaster that doesn't stop.
Yeah, we're in the last leg. Once we do some final preps here, we're going to pick up a power bread hidden in this rock, in this suspicious formation of gravestones.
Power bread gives you a lot of HP.
And I'm going to pick up some safety waters of life here that are in the shop. One of them is, in fact, a water of life that we sold earlier on, but we're able to buy it back.
Yeah, and akdylie distributed the waters of life because that's going to be more relevant, could be more relevant toward the final boss. Hopefully, it's fine. Don't need it.
Yeah, Piers has 2, Felix has 1, and hopefully that's fine.
And there's another one in Olivero. I want to pick that up for safety.
Breeze for Forge, Amber for Fizz, Spirits for Cipher, Smog for Quartz, Ground Over. There we go.
So we're at the point of the game that we cannot run from things unless it's an attacks first. And attacks first saves so much time of the course, especially if you're going for a really good personal bests. Alright, take a look. So this is where the knowledge of the game really helps you out. When you know what enemies are weak to what, you can prioritize certain summons over others to maximize your damage. Alright, nice.
Yeah, I was considering going into town there, but I was like, I wanted the gen recovery more.
Alright, so Suhala Desert has a gimmick where there are these wind funnels, little tornadoes, and if you use dows on them, they reveal themselves to be a storm lizard, I think it's called. Tornado lizard. Yeah, storm lizard is the boss.
So I'm going to do it. There's 2 ways to do this fight. Starting off, I'm going to not ground the tornado lizard and let it do damage, and this gives Felix a chance to spend his energy points to set up a retreat glitch way down the line.
And this is optional, but it does save time if it is convenient. And we're hoping to get encounter skips on the way from tornado to tornado. Usually on average you get 1. Sometimes more than
I wish I could get 1.
Yeah.
Average.
Okay.
This is going to encounter just clear with a single summon. This is going to be what we're looking for. Obviously, attacks first is the ideal outcome, but a single summon encounter is not bad.
You're right. I shouldn't have said on average. I should say hope for 1 encounter on average.
I don't actually need to reset my gen there, so sometimes you'll see me pop into a menu and then think better of it because I don't actually need to do it. In this case, I don't need any Mercury gen for this fight, so the fact that he used Boreas in the last fight was also ideal, because it doesn't interfere with this fight at all. Alright, 2 more targets to heal.
never played this game with headphones on, so I never noticed the rumble that Judgment leaves behind.
Probably get an encounter here because this one's a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's the least likely of the skips.
Another Boreas only encounter though, very nice. The Dirge on the left is pretty low on HP, so it doesn't need to be targeted.
Aura gloves. Wow.
Hold on. What does this do? I don't know.
Use resist elements. I would give that to Ivan, whatever.
He's gonna get a different item later.
Yeah, the spirit armlet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, in this case, we'll just give with the Boreas and doing it differently. It's like the summons aren't getting in the same place, but this time we'll just ground them because I don't have enough synergy to recover everybody if they did get hit. So I'll just keep it safe for now. And that is the last of the Tornado Lizards. 1 recovery, 2 recovery. Turn that over, and then set reveal.
Yeah, so we're going to take a little bit of a detour to pick up the greatest gen in the game, Flash. It is so useful, it's hard to understate how much it is.
Yeah, Flash and Ground are our defensive gen. And beyond that, we've got 4 gen of every element, but we get these 5th gen that are more supplemental. They'll keep us alive. Hello? Oh, right. It was only 1 recovery. I was like, where's the second recovery? I didn't use 2 summons.
You saw that pink tornado over there. That's not relevant to this category, but 100% we use that to get the crossbow and aisle. Also, it's an enemy you can continuously fight. I don't know if it's the best source of experience, but it is one of them that you could do. I think most people just grind in Venus Lighthouse if they want to get to next level.
And the double brutal troll encounter is a little unfortunate with that particular gen loadout, but it's fine. Don't know if I really need to heal that, but we'll do it.
All right, buddy, Flash. So what Flash does is he reduces all damage by 90%.
9-0.
9-0. So Granite did 50%, which is still monstrously helpful. But when an attack can do 200 damage to you and it only does 20, it's extremely significant. There he goes.
Yeah, it's one of the few gen that we actually have ground to stop it from running away, but it's important that we use ground. We will never run away as a result. And in fact, this is the last gen we pick up. We have our full loadout. So once we get our 2nd gen recovery, you'll see we do this pattern very often to have access to our defensive gen on a dime, but otherwise we'll have access to level 4 summons of every element.
So what's happening now is that there's this giant tornado that contains a storm lizard that's going to chase us. And with very good movement, you can just skip it entirely. If it catches you, it's really scary. There's a way to fight it, but it's not ideal. But usually with movement, it's not that critical. You're just hoping for an encounter skip. We might get one on the way out. Usually take like 20 steps or something to the exit from here.
So many Boreas only encounters, I like it.
Yeah, saving time. All right,
we outran it.
Yeah, so you see Akdylie setting Flash and Ground. Depending on the encounter type, it could be faster to use Ground on an enemy and then clear it with a summon, or to use Flash because you cannot defeat the encounter with a single summon. So you have to tank some damage. So we'll use his Judgment, no pun intended, to make a good call.
Yeah, Ground is going to be generally faster, but it only affects one thing. So if you can't clear everything, if you can't clear all but one thing with Shiva, then Flash will be better. In this area, I'm not going to really bother with Ground and Flash because I still need to take some damage to reduce synergy points on Isaac, and most things are not that deadly. And I've got plenty of Waters of Life in the worst case.
I think we have like 40-ish minutes to go, so we're making pretty good time.
Don't forget to make your Jhin available, though. Sometimes if you space out, suddenly you don't have access to a summon that you want in the next fight. That is an interesting fight. This is probably not the optimal use, but 2 summons should take out everything there. Oh no, we got hit by Fireball. Good thing we've got enough synergy to fully recover that.
And once again, the retreat glitch is going to be used. It's a small optimization. You don't have to do it, but it does save a few seconds.
You know, in this case, it like saves 2 encounters, I think.
Yep. I think the next screen doesn't have encounters, I think.
I don't remember. I looked into it once and I was like, nah, I think it might be worth it if you were in a situation where like you couldn't drain a lot of synergy very quickly. But even then. So I'm going to set a point to retreat to later. And then what's interesting about Venus Lighthouse Entry, or Venus 1, is there's puzzles based on reveal. So the game just says, well, we won't give you encounters because it's a puzzle when you're in a reveal bubble. And we can just use this to not get encounters so long as we're in a reveal bubble. I'm doing it kind of sloppily right now because there's a little bit of an animation whenever the reveal bubble opens and whenever it closes. So I'm trying to be a little more careful. That one's, yeah, oh well, it's fine. It's all right. We got the carry stone there, and that is our last dungeon synergy that we'll be using. It's basically a combination of move and lift. Very advanced.
Very advanced. Yeah, more bold runners will just run quite a ways and maybe use reveal once or twice when it's necessary. But it typically is not a good idea. These encounters take a while. It could be 45 seconds or a minute for an encounter, depending on what it is.
So you guys donated for Yellow Path.
Oh,
in fact, we got it first try, so this is what we wanted.
All right.
It's 50-50, and the Yellow Path is slightly longer, so in a normal run, we'd switch it over to Blue Path, but this is what we're doing today.
Very nice.
And this is where we set the retreat point for, so now we're just going to head on to Lalivero, the last town before the last dungeon.
Encounter skip. Nice.
Nice.
All right.
So these guards are kind of lying down on the job. I don't know why, like, I guess Toby just doesn't pay him enough.
Yeah, I like that they are in a standing position, but they're just leaning over. So.
Just taking in the sun. It's really nice out, so I guess why not?
It's a good core workout to keep your foot up in the air, arms up in the air like that. Yeah, so Sadaros Minardi and the party, Creighton, Jay, and Felix, F.
Other Felix.
Other Felix made their way and just they tried to stop them, but all the guards could not handle.
They just told them to take the rest of the day off. They were they just took them up on that.
Yeah, they just pulled out some money and said, hey, you go to sleep and just let us through? I said, sure. Yeah, there's a gen you could collect if you're doing 100%. An optional piece of equipment you could pick up for Ivan, and you could buy another Water of Life. At this point, we should be fine.
Alright, so that Spirit Armlet gives Shiva some much-needed defense, but also boosts some elemental power, I believe of Venus and Mercury elements.
Yes. So that little extra benefit can make the Judgment summon, so there's some damage ranges. Tree glitch, and we're in the Tunnel Ruins.
That's only one room, but it's this area's kind of got some annoying encounters, so skipping even one is really good.
You typically get 2 encounters in Tunnel Ruins. If you're lucky, you get 1. And if you're really lucky, you get 0.
You usually get 1 before going into Tunnel Ruins proper, like this. This one's very straightforward, as long as the rats don't defend. Rats in this game are notorious for using defending. The second and the third types from the Toby overworld in this area can do a 90% damage reduction like that, so you get to do another turn.
Yeah, so we just call it a flash defend because it's the same benefit as using flash. Sometimes they just keep doing it like that.
So now we get to see some Jin recoveries. Gust, Smog, Zephyr, Breeze. Alright, drop a meteor on it.
Hope for the best. Surely a meteor will do the trick. Okay.
Alright. 3 summons to defeat 1 rat. Strongest enemy in the game, maybe?
Now I know how Sephiroth feels when he uses his special.
All right, well, so, oh god, what's his name? Real Sheba's father is there, and he's concerned because she was kidnapped by Sadaros Minardi.
I think that's Farron?
Yeah, Farron, Farron, whatever. And they went through this door, and they can't get through the door, and they're frustrated. So they're gonna ask us to go through the door, and that's pretty much the cutscene. But it's going to take 5 minutes to say all that.
Yeah, the politics are Yejim is the right-hand man of Babby, and he's working with Farron, who's from Laivero, the father of Other Shiva, who is the person that Babby kidnapped, and then she got re-kidnapped by Satur's Mother because she's actually a Jupiter Adept that they're going to need to light the Jupiter Lighthouse in the Lost Age.
Yeah, the pattern is you typically need somebody from some alignment, some affinity, to enter the lighthouses that you need.
This is a weird exception because you need Jupiter ability to enter Venus Lighthouse through this unrelated tunnel ruins. It's kind of weird. Oh, ooh.
Attack first!
Jeez, what a... It was Boreas anyway, but I was about to bring up my menu and then I got caught. So that can happen sometimes where you get a very low encounter rate and you don't have your Jin ready and then you kind of just cry.
Yeah. So we open the door. They're like, hooray, we can go through. And then the door closes.
Yeah, it turned out there was just a hidden button behind the tablet or something that we revealed, and so it's like, okay, the door's open, let's go. But we sat around talking about it long enough that I'd probably just timed out. And they're like, oh, well, the door's closed.
They're like, only adepts can go through
Clearly,
this door.
Clearly only adepts.
Even though Saturn's already had Kraden, who's not an adept, but we don't talk about that. That's okay. Anyway, we got to do it again. It's a very long sequence. But more or less, they're entrusting us to go rescue Shiva.
It is dangerous for what it's worth, so I'm not sure I think that we also say, like, maybe there's monsters, and maybe you're not ready to deal with that. Even though there are monsters here, so they'd probably be fine if they got here.
Time for a quick donation?
Absolutely.
All right, I got $10 from some Diener. Says, I can never get enough Motoi Sakuraba jams. Good luck on the run. I can agree to that. I really love the Venus Lighthouse theme.
Oh, yeah.
Probably like top 3 for me. That one's coming up here pretty soon. Just want to remind everybody, so exclusive RPG Limit Break Tantrum merch is now live. You can shop the RPG Limit Break collection featuring shirts, the Mimi plushie, and what's better is Tantrum merch will donate up to $5 per item sold, excluding the Mimi plush, to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the charity that we are raising money towards this year, and to its mission. You can grab your merch now at tantrummerch.com/RPG Limit Break. So a number of our things, including a number of the shirts we've been wearing on site, have come from them, so definitely check them out. It's all going towards a great cause. We're coming up near the end of Golden Sun here. We're also very near to $8,000 raised for Nami this year so far.
Yeah, we've got about half an hour left in the run if all goes well. It's only going to be a little bit longer because we are on the yellow path of Tunnel Ruins, where we're doing some slightly different, just longer puzzles that involve moving things more distance. So we gotta move these pillars in place, jump over, and then clear out some shrubs. Oh, too close. Generally, when you have the option to move using move synergy or just push something, just push it, it's faster. But if all you could do is pull, then the move synergy can pull things, and you cannot pull things with your arms in this game. For some reason, you have to clear 2 shrubs just to get this one pillar. I don't know why, but that's just yellow path things.
Yeah, the blue path typically focuses more on using dows and freeze to navigate the puzzles, and they are a lot shorter than this.
There's probably some way to do this optimally. I don't know it, but I'm doing my best intuitively. Because yeah, in a regular run, you would take the blue path, and it's very straightforward. Oh, not enough PP. We'll transfer over to Jenna, yes.
Jenna, Jared? Let's combine the 2. So I hope everyone can see why we don't take the yellow path.
Yeah, we'd basically already be done with blue path.
Yep.
And then just for measured, like, oh yeah, just use Whirlwind. This is such a tough puzzle.
Yeah.
There's nothing like this on blue path blocking your path.
Text first! Oh my god!
No, I'll take it. That was a judgment encounter anyway, so like, it's not that bad.
It was just 2 in a row though.
Oh yeah, I think there's also this extra room that blue path doesn't have, so just in case you thought the other ones weren't enough puzzles, we got more puzzles. Yellow is the I want more puzzles route.
Yeah, a lot of the puzzles are still rather trivial, but if you go to Crossbone Isle, they become a little bit more complicated. That's why that's the bonus final dungeon. All right.
So these colored statues, you just have to push them into the same spots every time, but if you don't know which way is which, you can use Mind Read, and that'll give you a hint on like which other statues they stand across from. And it's sort of like just an analogy of the four lighthouses and the golden sun in the center. Although they don't exactly align geographically with where they are on the world map. I don't know if they did that on purpose or not. Anyway, you can also just push all the statues to the opposite corners from where they start, and then the one that starts on the bottom, just push it up. So it's not that difficult to remember. But it does take a while. This is where the yellow and blue paths converge, by the way, so this puzzle's always the same.
Yep. Now we're about to enter Venus Lighthouse, which is definitely a favorite for the soundtrack.
Training some synergy off of Isaac, so set up with the last retreat glitch. And if you do it right, then the door opens. Alright, we're gonna do a safety save, because I don't want to do that all again. Retreat, and suddenly we're somewhere else. And that's the last use of the retreat glitch. Now we have to do the rest of the dungeon more or less legitimately. But yeah, definitely soak in some of this great music. One of the best themes in the entire game. Until you get an encounter. This is going to be... I think regular ray might work, but it's... I'm not going to risk it.
Yeah, it's a pretty fast encounter, just one enemy.
So the idea is, if you can one-shot it with Shiba using a summon, do that. If you can't, then try to soften it up and let someone else finish it up. And then ground anything that's going to take 2 actions to beat. And then flash if you have to have more than 2 things left after Shiba goes. And then back to the regular Jin loadout. Got a few block pushing puzzles here. This one's kind of like a complete the circuit type of puzzle, so it's more of an actual brainy puzzle. You can't just push blocks into any slot. You have to kind of figure out which path will get them to shoot the energy onto the exit.
Yeah, this is the tutorial puzzles, why it's so simple. We'll see the upgraded version really soon. While you're on these sand falls, you don't get encounters, so you can use those to recover Jin, set up for the next fight. Another single. Amazing.
I won't complain, yeah. Crowned in one summon is, I'd say, like slightly average encounter, but not bad to see. Ideally, you get attacks first, next you get one summon clear. And there's a few things where you have to use like flash and 2 summons, and occasionally you have to take 2 turns on top of that. It's not so great. So since I got an encounter there, I'm gonna wait to get my summon back before moving forward, because if I transition screens, then my Jin recovery would reset, and that could be awkward in this room. Although I did only have 1 recovery, so either way though.
It should be noted, sometimes in this dungeon, you could be just about to get your Jin recovery, and then you get the encounter, and it's really scary.
It can be deadly.
Yeah. Speaking of deadly, any caught by surprise in this dungeon, it can be a run over. So,
yeah, it could at least knock someone out, and then you could go back to normal. Hopefully it's not Shiba that goes out. I'm going to do another safety save after this switch and the next switch, just to keep things on track in case we do get the infamous dynamite caught by surprise, where a boulder beast comes in and just explodes on the party, wiping out 3 people at once, and that's not recoverable.
boulder beast. Yeah, if it's just 1 person, we do have 3 or 4 waters of life. And we could spare 1, but boulder beasts are infamous. All right. This is a typical encounter. You gotta Usually, one summon works well with one enemy, but the other enemy resists it, so you kind of have to go back and forth. I think.
I cannot one-shot either of these, so we had to use Flash. I forget if I could have had Jenna use Thor here. It would save the Chimera Mage from being able to recover, but it didn't recover anyway, so not punished. The rumble is so loud in this room. Like, I'm hearing it through the headset, it's awesome.
Alright, this room is cool because it gets the final weapon of the game that's really relevant, the Gaia Blade. So I think it's a plus 30 to the Venus elemental energy. We're going to give that to Felix, because he's going to be using Judgment a lot very soon.
Sure, this looks legit.
Yeah, it should be fine.
It's possible I was supposed to use Boreas. I've been doing a lot of Neptune optimization. That's probably going to get me into trouble here. But if we take a second turn, then we get a Jin recovery for free. It's not really a big deal. Okay, 1, 2,
Nice.
okay, all right, fine. And then here's the ultimate block pushing puzzle of the game. Plus a circuit puzzle on top of that.
Yeah, thankfully this room has no encounters, so take your time and get all the Jin recoveries you need.
Yeah, getting a encounter right before here is just fine. What we're optimizing for here, you could solve this in a bunch of different ways, but the way it's going to work is once you put in the final block, the camera's going to pan down and show the emitter put out its energy. And we're optimizing to make that camera pan as short as possible, so the last block we push will be as low as possible.
Yeah, I think the difference is like 3 or 4 seconds between camera panning all the way down versus when you're kind of more towards the center or top.
Just, yeah, short, like, partial second camera pan there. And there we go. Then I did my Jin recovery, put the Gaia Blade over, just doing my mental checklist for the end of the game here.
Yeah, we're almost through Venus Lighthouse. All because that retreat glitch at the beginning cut out a significant portion. It's probably like a quarter or a third of the dungeon.
Something like that, yeah. And there's still a lot to do, which makes it a cool dungeon that we're not just completely skipping like Mercury Lighthouse, where we basically don't engage with the mechanics in that dungeon. Encounter? Nope. Encounter? There it is. This again.
Yeah. I think this is one of the more common encounters to see.
I did this backwards. It should be, I don't think it matters actually for the targeting. I did the opposite of what I did before, but it should be fine. So Thor is the slowest summon, but Judgment is the fast. Oh, okay. This time I got punished, so just deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah, although Thor is slow, he's extremely powerful, so usually he does what he needs to do.
Not confident that Neptune is enough. It probably is, but Boreas is barely slow. Just overkill. Don't go the wrong way. The encounter rate is
Pretty particular.
in fact, this is kind of dire. Just getting to this last leg. I'm gonna just go without Boreas here. Okay, that's fine.
Alright. And we did it.
Okay.
So we got some cutscenes and then 2 boss fights back to back.
Got time for a quick dono then?
Yes.
Just pop that for the final boss.
Yep.
All right, we got $5 from RP Priya that says, "Hey, Diley, would have loved to have made your run in person in the audience, but I'm feeling unwell at the moment. Luckily, I am well enough to show you support through a donation. Somehow I keep missing your practice streams of this game. I love this game. Good luck on the rest of the run. You're awesome. Please put this towards the runner's choice and incentive."
Feel better, Priya. Thanks.
All right, chat, I'm challenging you. It's a very simple one. Let's get 8,000 before the end of this next boss fight.
You can do it, chat. We believe in you.
Yes, we do still have the Octopath Traveler bid war into the next run. The top two are separated by $5, so that is very close. That could be that could go either way depending on your donations, or it could even go a third way if you want to go with the Ochette option as the distant third. We also have the bonus cutscenes incentive for Crystallis, currently sitting at 399 out of 750, so that needs a little bit more love, but we can do it, everybody.
So right now, apparently Other Felix and Other Shiva are having a bit of a disagreement. Well, Other Shiva's kind of just sitting there. Other Felix has a disagreement with Satyrs and Minardi here and saying, like, why aren't we, like, exposing Shiva to danger? And so they're just kind of quibbling when they could be lighting the lighthouse. And Jenna there astutely says, well, hey, this is our opportunity. Let's go stop them. Anyway, let's do this. Spritz for fever. Flash forever. Ground over. Alright, just double check. Yep, that is equipped. And we will safety save because, well, I'm sure it'll be fine. But if I somehow messed up that gen menu, it will not be the end of the world.
Yeah, you find out pretty quickly, as we said.
So now, like, since Other Felix is being weird, and we also want to rescue Other Shiva on behalf of Babby and Yidem and Farron, Satyrs kind of, like, is pretty clever and realizes he can use this to advantage, where he's going to kind of trick the party into having us hand over the Shaman's Rod that we've been carrying, and we don't really understand why he wants the Shaman's Rod, but he just says, hey, give us the rod and we'll ensure Other Shiva's safety. And we go along with it. And then we kind of thought, like, that meant Shiva would be let go, but he never says that. So eventually you say, enough of this, let's fight. You will give us the rod. And they weirdly have Other Felix go and grab it.
It's very important to hear the fine print.
It's actually important that Other Felix grab the rod here because otherwise, spoilers, Satyrs and Minardi do not make it to the end of the game because they are the final bosses.
All right, Satyrs Minardi. So this fight uses a strategy called the courthouse summon strategy, whatever. What we're going to do is cycle our gen such that we can use Judgment as often as possible. With the Gaia Blade on Isaac, Felix, we'll be doing increased damage with Judgment, and every Judgment summon, at least the first one, will up our damage entirely. In between that, we'll be using Ground and Granite, and then alternate with Flash. So on one turn, we'll be taking some damage, but we'll be minimizing Minardi's attacks, because she is quite dangerous. Satyros can do a lot of things that are annoying. He can heal himself, he can increase his resistance to the Judgment damage and so forth. But Minardi has an attack called Death Size, and it can, if it procs, one-shot a party member. So we hope to never see it. The odds are supposed to be pretty low, but it seems pretty... he's okay so far. So by using Flash and then immediately summoning a Mars summon, you can have it recover for the next turn. That's part of the defensive strat. And then we do Ground, Vine, sometimes Flint, to get Judgment ready to go.
And we got Vine there to drop their agility, so now we'll have a little bit more tempo here.
And part of the optimization of this fight is we want to be set up so that at the end of the fight, we're ready to go on the next fight with a Judgment. Doesn't always happen, and that's okay, but it does speed things up a bit.
I didn't actually see a Satyros' action there, so if he did a break, I'll be a little sad, but it's fine. Let's see, it's boosted, it's fine. Didn't matter. So that's where the Spirit Arm like comes into play there. Let's do that, then Flash.
So when you have a really good understanding of the gen system, cycling your gen like this can make a lot of these really tough fights, like even Deadbeard, the hidden boss of this game, manageable.
Fiery Blast coming through on a Flash turn is good because we take minimal damage. Okay, break.
Break.
We already got the boosted Judgment off on Satyrs, so it's whatever. The fight's going to take a little bit longer now.
Yeah, our general strategy is just to get rid of Minority as quickly as possible. So we focus most of our damage on her, but by alternating a little bit more on Cyros once, you can have it so that you can knock them both out at the same time. But because of that break, Cyros will still be around when Minority goes away.
Well, that's usually what you get, but they'll probably both go down to a judgment now, especially with the second break. So there's no way to make up that damage, and we'll be off a turn going into the next fight as well. Just how it's going to have to be. Ideally, you would line it up so you could use Judgment on the first turn on the Fusion Dragon fight that's immediately after this, but the way it's going to end up is we'll have to use Judgment to finish them both off, and then we'll be just behind a turn, and it just happens sometimes. Impact on Cyros, that is dangerous.
Yeah.
If he uses Heat Flash on Shiba, it doesn't matter how much we boosted his HP and his defense.
Pyroclasm?
This is just a slow attack, but flash turn, not a big deal. Although it does put, if he does Heat Flash on the next turn on Shiba, he'll definitely go down.
It's a cool name for a cool attack. I love it.
I would almost consider grounding Cyros in this position, but depth size is still really bad. And Heat Flash is probably more commonly going to take out Shiba than depth size. But depth size could take out anybody.
Yeah, when you're doing a PB attempt, you can take risky strats all you want. And sometimes they pay off like that, but other times it's not worth it.
In certain situations, I would have Mia cast Drench to make up the damage here, but when people are this low, I have to use Wish. But otherwise, even if Cyros Minority don't punish me, Fusion Dragon will.
Yeah, we do not get a recovery. Oh, okay, no proc. Alright, she was merciful. Yeah, we do not get a recovery in between the next fight, so whatever HP value you're at, that's what you're stuck with. And Fusion Dragon hits harder than these two.
I think this should finish them both off, but it was 2 breaks, so it might not. But there wasn't anything else, like any recoveries or resists, so
Yeah, no healing.
And not that it makes a big difference, but Felix in general will get full Synergy Point recovery after the fight due to a story event. 1 down, 2 to go. Okay.
Alright, part 1. All the levels.
Use Synergy. In fact, one of the Synergy is relevant if it comes down to a certain pattern. Tornado is one of those, like, throw random stuff at the final boss when you run out of all your other options. Synergies.
But you saw all those levels. That goes to show just how under-leveled we were. I think in most casual playthroughs, you're either upper 20s or low to mid 30s by the time you get here.
Yeah, the default levels of Isaac and his party in the Lost Age when you encounter them are level 28, and that's about, like, you can get it to 28 or 30 depending on how much optional content you do in this game. We just hit level 18.
Yep. And when you get a few levels, I think it's 18 or 19, you have the right amount of Jin, you can have access to the revive spell. So in 100%, you do have that, and the fights are a little bit less scary. But
Also, we won the fight, but then we forgot to take the star away from them, so they just threw it into the lighthouse anyway. Whoops.
yeah, a little oversight. It's like we're not really good at questing, but
We're too nice.
yeah.
Also, like, there was a big explosion and, like, everyone just kind of stood there. They're used to, like, being in volcanoes and erupting things in general, I guess. It's like, oh, this was nothing compared to Mount Aleph. So now they're saying, hey, maybe you should actually take other Shiba and run, because we don't know what's going to happen here. And then, well, other Felix and other Shiba are going to leave, and
Fusion.
they do say ha. They do say ha. All right, Fusion Dragon, Cyros and Minority combined.
Here we go. Love this fight.
Since the fight didn't go too far off the rails, we have Vine immediately available, so it's not all that bad that we're a turn behind, because we can slow down Fusion Dragon immediately.
Okay, outer space.
Outer space is the slowest action you could take, but we've got Flash up, so it's not going to hurt that badly. This is essentially analogous to Meteor. They also have an attack called Dragon Driver, which is roughly analogous to the Tiamat summon. But he's got all sorts of fun tricks.
Yeah,
Evil Blessing, this is not what I want to see. Okay, did not proc Evil Spirit on Felix. That's all I care about. Doesn't matter that I got anyone else. Talk about Haunt, I guess.
Yeah, you want to? Okay. Yeah, so Haunt is a status effect that generally reflects, when it procs, it reflects, I think, a quarter of the damage you do to an enemy. And since we're going to boost our judgments, we're going to do over 1,000 damage to this dragon. So a quarter of that will instantly knock out Felix, which is problematic because he's our main damage dealer.
Thankfully, it didn't proc on him, though, so it might proc on Shiva later. The fight will be over by that point, or hopefully.
When it comes to status effects proccing like that, I think that's related to your luck stat. There's no real great way to boost your luck. There's some permanent stat boosting items, but it's all really small. It's all just a couple percentage points at most. So optimally, we're gonna keep doing the Judgment Courthouse strats, but at the end we'll have the option to use Boreas and Thor. But to be safe, you don't have to do that.
Ooh, no proc. Everyone's haunted but Felix, so that's basically fine. Okay,
We're blessed. So in addition to the other attacks we saw, he could just do a melee attack. That's the fastest thing he can do. There's this like chomp attack where I think it steals a little HP or synergy. That's also pretty fast. And then there's the poison attack that we also don't want to see, but it's not nearly as bad as Haunt. But if the wrong person is poisoned, then it becomes a bit rough. So like Piers, and Piers is the one who can be poisoned and be okay for most of the fight. So outer space, although it's relatively safe when you have a flash turn up, when you have a granite turn, if he does it twice in a row, it can be really punishing.
I would love to do Thorius here, but we'll play it safe. So you could choose to use the other two summons that we have available, Boreas and Thor, on the same turn, but when people are this low, there's not a lot of sense in going for this, because someone could go down, and if he casts Break, then you are extremely out of luck at that point. Break will reset all the element boosts back, and then our damage is very much crippled. So I'm playing it safe and just going to take an extra turn. That's all.
This strategy is mostly possible because of Flash. You can't understate how important Flash is. Ground and Granite are great, but Flash really lets us survive, because once we use Ground and Granite, we have to do something the next turn, because they're in recovery mode. Also, a fun little fact, if Fusion Dragon attacks twice with his melee attack, the camera will shift to the other side. It rarely happens, but it's really cool when it does. Deadly gas! So gassy.
Alright, this fight's about over, but just to be clear, time is not yet. There will be a little bit of cutscenes afterwards. I'm gonna do this just for kicks, but I'm pretty sure this finishes.
Yeah, with optimal strats, sometimes you could be off by like 10 damage, even if no breaks occur and everything else went off without a hitch. So it's never a bad idea to use Flash.
If you're not sure, just use that it's only a few seconds.
GG.
How did we lose? You didn't have summons.
Alright. We saved the world. Not really, but...
Yeah, so our goal was to get back the elemental stars, and you might think if they fell into the pit there, that might be a little weird, but turns out they weren't carrying it anyway. So the Jupiter stars with other Felix. Oh, he's still here. Okay, let's go get him.
Charge him!
Other Felix says, well, if you beat them, I'm no match for you. And in fact, they basically didn't let him fight because he's going to go on his own adventure in the Lost Age with other Sheba as well. Unfortunately, Deus Ex Machina intervenes on other Felix's behalf and stops them from getting chased by the party here, and breaks open the Venus Lighthouse to let the orb come through and let them make their escape.
The beacons are lit!
And since this is Venus Lighthouse, this is what they were kind of arguing about before the fight, is that they didn't know what exactly was going to happen when Venus Lighthouse is lit, but since it's Venus aligned, they're like, it's just like how Mercury Lighthouse had some incredible like Mercury-related events with like healing water. Like, well, Venus is like probably gonna have some Earth-related effects, so like expect earthquakes.
Yeah, an entire, I think it's either island or section of the coast just gets jettisoned out into the ocean and floats.
Oh, other Sheba fell really slowly.
Don't worry.
Defying physics, other Felix dives after her.
It's okay. We don't have to worry about physics. Speaking of physics, this is one of my favorite parts coming up. It's just absolutely magical.
Yeah. The background of Sheba is that supposedly she fell to the planet as a child from the sky and was completely fine. So her falling from high distances apparently doesn't faze her.
Yeah. Here we go. Oh. It's been a while since I played this.
Felix is just a little bit like, what just happened? And let's just do nothing. There's not like there's anything they can do here, and they can't even really get back.
All right, check this magic out.
Crunch.
Incredible. Not a seam to be seen. Let's put together.
It's back to normal. What's going on here? All right, let's go find other Jenna. And then, but despite a desperate search, other Jenna was nowhere to be found.
Got a couple of quickies to wrap up this run.
Yep.
Got 23 bucks from My Hero Zero that said, somebody say $8,000. And yes, we did hit $8,000.
Good job.
Keep it up, everybody. It's all going to a wonderful cause in Nami. We have $5 from Kevin. It just says, Golden Sun is nothing but nostalgia. 8K hype.
All right, so I think we're talking to Iodem and Faron, basically getting the go-ahead to take the Lemurian ship and go out and search for Lemuria, as well as maybe find Jenna and the crew.
Yep, that was the deal. We'll get Babby's ancient Lemurian boat, which only adepts can use anyway.
Yeah, one of the last little bits to think about for the speedrun is who gets the black orb. It's usually the second or third party member.
I'm gonna have to pay attention because I don't remember if Pierce's inventory was full or not. We didn't use any waters of life or potions, so there's not necessarily a slot. But there wasn't that full last time I looked at it, but it did fill up.
You have a brief little moment to check the who has it.
Alright. You don't talk to him, he'll stop you before, and that's slower, so you gotta go talk to him to skip that. And then he says, wait, weren't you gonna talk to Yidam? Okay, we gotta wait for him. But alright, so it's gonna give us the black orb. Eventually.
Eventually. This game is very wordy. Alright, who gets it?
Eventually. Okay, it did go to Felix.
Yeah.
And then everyone's got to say their one line for the last few bits of the game.
I have probably about a minute before time. Doors open, let's go.
Alright, tough menu here.
He did it. Last input in the game.
No, we gotta advance some dialogue still.
Yeah.
So the time is on the dialogue that says, it's clearing the dialogue that says Jenna is waiting for us, or in this case, Jay is waiting for us. So I will call it out because it will go by fast. Hey, it's that boat from the cover of The Lost Age. Kind of. Technically a different boat. So yeah, everyone's gonna reflect on their adventure and say, well, our journey's just beginning because we got to go get the other two elemental stars.
And save Jenna. And Kraden. But mostly Jenna. Seas are rough.
Okay. Shall we? To see time. GG.
GG, Tyler. 332. It's really good.
332 with Yellow Path and a terrible Colosso. I will take that time. So some quick shout outs at the end here. Big shout out to the entire Golden Sun speedrunning community. There are so many runners that I couldn't possibly name them all, but you guys have motivated me to continue improving on what I do in this game. But I will give one shout out to Plexa, especially because he was the person I followed that got me into Golden Sun speedrunning in the first place, and he is really awesome and has a lot of content explaining how this game works. If you have any interest in learning Golden Sun speedrunning, go check out the Golden Speedrunning Discord. There is a lot of good stuff there. And then a special shout out to CorporateImage for helping me with the commentary on this run. Thank you very much.
It was fun. Thank you for having me.
Other than that, I've got nothing else.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, akdylie, for that awesome run of Golden Sun. Any percent no save and quit. We'll be taking just a very quick break here, but we will be back momentarily. We'd like to give a quick shout out to our merch partner for this event. Tantrum Merch is excited to partner with RPG Limit Break for the first time to launch an exclusive merch collection supporting the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI. This lineup includes 7 unique shirt designs, a cozy blanket, a sleek journal, an enamel pin, and more. Plus, for the first time, our very own real-life Mimi plush with an opening lid to store your treasures. From bold graphics to heartfelt designs, $5 from every sale, excluding for the Mimi plush, goes directly to charity. Explore the full collection at tantrummerch.com. That's TANTRUMMERCH.com/RPG Limit Break and help make a difference. Alrighty, everybody. So that concludes my time hosting for Golden Sun. I will be back later this week to host another run. I will be replaced shortly by the wonderful Draco Dan, who shall do an awesome job hosting for this next run of Octopath Traveler. And right now, we are now ready to send it over to Zokaboon for an interview with the Dragon Quest XI runners for later this evening.
Thank you so much, GK. And hello, welcome all of you to RPG Limit Break 2025. It's been 24 hours and we've raised over $8,000 for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. You all are amazing. Give yourselves a hand. Now, I'm here with the runners for our Dragon Quest XI Any Percent race, Keeanolookalike and Jerikandra. And as you can tell, they're really, really big fans of their game because they're here in cosplay. Tell me a little about what you're dressed up as.
So I'm dressed up right now as the Luminary, the main protagonist of Dragon Quest XI. It's a lot going on right now, but I love this outfit. I love how it came out, and it's really fun to wear. I didn't think I was going to like it as much, but I'm really liking it.
I salute the dedication. And Jerika.
Yeah, I'm Jade. I'm Blue Bunny Jade today, and you'll get to see Blue Bunny Jade on the run as well for a short stint. And this is a latex costume that I made myself. Jade's my favorite character.
And just so you all know, I've been told that they will be wearing these costumes during, well, not the exact costume, right? But they will be in costume during the run later today, so you absolutely don't want to miss it. But let's also talk about other reasons that you're not going to want to miss the run. The two of you are racing each other.
Yes.
And one of the main points you pointed out to me early on when I reached out and started talking to you is that you do differ a little in your routes. So could you tell us a little about the points where you split up?
Sure. So in the middle of Act 1, we are in a town called Gondolia, and we end up getting attacked by one of the Knights of Heliodor who's trying to capture us. Shortly after that fight, we gain access to the boat, which lets us open up to a lot of the main world. In Jerikandra's route, she likes to go directly to the next story trigger. I take a little bit of a detour, and I get some different gear. I'm a little bit underdeveloped in terms of defense and magic points and stuff like that, but it's a little bit faster. It lets me get a couple of extra zoom points for later. Jerika's has a little bit more safety built into her run.
I like safety.
Yeah, safety, especially for the arena fights that we're going to be doing, where it's a one-on-one with an NPC party member. Safety is really, really paramount, but, you know, I like to play a little risky. It's a little bit faster doing it my way if you put everything into a perfect bubble, but usually it ends up balancing out.
And part of the reasons that you told me that you stick with the route that you use, Key, is because you are a longtime runner of the game. Jerika, you're a little newer. But Jerika, you also mentioned that Key helped you a lot with getting into the run. How easy is the run to pick up, to get into? Because Dragon Quest XI, I mean, I'm a Slime fan myself, but Dragon Quest XI is the latest in a very beloved series.
Yeah, so, I mean, when I started, there's notes, there's a community, everybody's really helpful. And then in general, the game itself, you know, it's fully turn-based, which is always nice when you're used to like ATV runs and stuff like that. But yeah, in general, it's pretty easy to get going on, and we'd love to get more DQ runners.
Okay, now you are running on Definitive Edition, and that means that you can do a very special thing that makes the run easier for you to. Could you tell us a little about that?
Yeah, so the Definitive Edition, whenever the game was released for the Switch originally, allowed us to skip pretty much every single cutscene. There's a built-in cutscene skip. Lets us press a single button, hold it down, and skips all the cutscenes. So it reduced our run. The original vanilla versions on PC and console were around 12 hours. The Switch Definitive Edition dropped any percent down to around 5.5 hours. And then now on PC, with the Definitive Edition getting moved to the Steam ports, with the glitches that we're allowed to do in there, we're down to under 4.
That is a huge drop in time. And, you know, we're an event that's known for long runs.
Right.
Would you have picked it up if it had like continued being that long?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I really loved the game when I started running it. I spent 100 hours on it casually. And I like longer runs as well, although it's harder to run something that's more than 4 hours on a weekend. So.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. Now, I want to bring up that you two have incentives for your run that are open right now.
Right.
You can absolutely donate, rpglimitbreak.com/donate. Make sure you select the incentives. But let's talk a little bit about them. Of course, there's the Name the Hero, which, is it like the top 2 names and you'll just split it between the two of you? Or
That's the plan right now. The best 2 that we have in terms of donations, one of us will pick one and then the other will pick the other.
Okay.
Yep.
And this one feels like it's exactly as written on the tin, but let's talk about it. Fight the Black Dragon.
Yeah, so I can talk about that. Basically, in the beginning, a little bit of spoiler, in the beginning of the run, we run from a black dragon, and we don't want to fight him. And so when we hit to Act 2, we have a chance to kind of revisit him. It's time loss on the run, but it's kind of for fun. And so we do get to fight him. And so we're excited to fight the black dragon if that incentive is met.
Can't do it without your donations. Now, here's one I'm a little confused about, but also very curious about. What's the best puff puff?
So, for those who are big fans of Dragon Quest games, it has been a long-standing running joke of the puff puff. It is a sacred art of the girls in the game that they perform the puff puffs for the characters, and there's all sorts of hilarious ones. But the ultimate puff puff is it's a sight to behold. I don't want to spoil it too much. It's just the best way to describe it is to witness it for yourself firsthand. So if you want to see it, go ahead and get those donations in for it.
Chad, I'm putting this call to you right now. Please, I need to see this ultimate puff puff. Now, let's go back a little bit because clearly the both of you have a tremendous love for the game.
Mm-hmm.
How did you get started in running it?
So when I started speedrunning with Final Fantasy X, and then as I progressed in my career as speedrunning, I slowly transitioned over to the Dragon Quest series. I started with Dragon Quest VIII, played it on the PlayStation 2, and really, really fell in love with the game. And then a couple of people that I really adore, High Spirits, Creative Ellie, they did DQ11 runs on the vanilla version, and I got to watch a couple of those runs. And then the definitive edition came out on the Switch, and it lowered that bar for me, and it let me get into it. And that's how I started with it, and I just fell in love with it. And then as the game transitioned again to the PC version, getting to do some new reroutes with it and learning about the glitches and stuff that we could do, it just opened up so many doors for me. I loved it so much.
You really have been around in the Dragon Quest XI running scene for a long time.
Yeah, I started running, I think with the Switch, it was 2019 or so, 2020 when I started. And I've been on and off ever since.
But you keep coming back to it.
I keep coming back. Every once in a while, I'll get an itch for it, or a race will pop up, or an event will occur that brings me back to it. And
I kind of dragged him into this. So.
Yeah, something like that.
All right, and how did you get dragged into Dragon Quest XI speedrunning?
Sure, yeah. I started speedrunning with Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is my favorite game, and I went directly into Chrono Cross after that. And so at some point I was like, oh, what other games should I run? And I really love Dragon Quest XI. And so I ran it on Switch first as well, which has an orb skip, but doesn't have the big skips we have on PC. And so eventually I bought the PC version just to learn the run for that version of the game. And that's what I run primarily. I did revisit the Switch run recently and had like almost an hour PB. So.
Ooh, congrats.
Yeah.
And I want to bring this up because we had wanted you to sing one of the covers. Something that you do with the games you love is you make parody song covers. And you do have a Dragon Quest XI cover. I believe it's a cover of Dua Lipa's Training Season.
Yep, that's right.
And if we could get the chat mods to post the link in the chat to that video.
It is class.
But also, we will still be hearing the two of you sing during the run, I hear.
Yes, there's an ongoing meme between myself, our commentator, Freedom Pulse 97. I kind of drug him into the speedrunning of Dragon Quest XI a few years back, and for anybody that knows Freedom, he is a very, very good singer. And one day he just decided to sing along to one of the background musics when you get Cetacea, the flying whale, and he sang the flying whale song, and it has become a thing. It is not. You're not allowed to get on the whale without singing. Mm-hmm. And even though I don't sing, I will do it every once in a while on stream. But we're all going to sing it. We're all going to sing along today, I think.
Oh yeah.
And are there any other points in the run that you really want folks to look out for when they're watching, like things that you think are really exciting? Because we talked about this a little right before the interview started. You're 1-1 on the races. Mm-hmm. 1 Keanu, 1 Jerikandra. What points do you think will be most exciting, which should people keep an eye out for?
There's so many spots.
It is an RNG-heavy run, I'm being told.
Yeah.
It is. So I've kind of gotten a little bit lucky recently. I've been having really good slime grinds, but I've been getting completely owned by the late game bosses and stuff like that. That's what happened in our last run for those who watched the Dragon Quest RTA. But just all of the mid to late game bosses after our first grind, there's there's so much that goes into them, and they go so quickly, but so many things can go wrong so fast. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And you are a risky player, as you mentioned earlier.
I tend to take risks and pay for it, but all in the name of speed. I'll be a little safer this run. Well, hopefully.
Marathon safety.
Yeah, we'll see. It's kind of one of those things.
And Jerika, what about you? What do you want people to look forward to in the run?
Well, look for the grind. I have a horrible reputation of getting a ton of warrior mechs. And so we're hoping for 0. But yeah, we'll have some stuff to talk about that at the beginning of the run. And then the spider fight is another one that is easily, like, if you can get through the spider fight, it's a good run.
Yeah.
So, and then in general, Gildiga and then the Auroral Serpent is another one that can really, you just have to redo it. It's tough to get through it sometimes. So yeah, those are the ones to watch for.
All right, this is a very RNG heavy run. You are not going to want to tear your eyes away from the screen. So make sure you check out Dragon Quest XI later today, the any % race. But also, Key, we've been sitting here and I've been feeling there's something missing from your costume.
I feel like I'm doing pretty good with it, but
I mean, it looks great. I'm glad that you're really into it. You're really selling it, but you're not quite a legendary hero.
I kind of agree. There's nothing back here for me to grab a hold of, but I do see something hanging out kind of next to me that we can grab. I don't know. What do y'all think? Do y'all think this is a decent weapon for the Hero of Light? I mean, this thing looks pretty cool.
Look at that thing.
Yeah, look at that. So this is actually one of our prizes later this week here at RPG Limit Break. This is the, you're going to have to correct me on the pronunciation, Erdrick Sword?
Yes, this is one iteration of Erdrick's Sword, the hero's sword from pretty much all of the old DQ games. There's a little bit of an Easter egg about it at the end of the DQ11 run that you get to see this version of the sword. But yeah, this is available. This is going to be available for somebody to get a hold of.
Coming up.
Yes. So if you don't, this will be available in our prize block. Thank you. Oh, it is heavy.
Yes.
We've got something here to support it, I've been told. This will be available starting from Dragon Quest years later in the week. Unfortunately, I am going to take your sword. I'm going to confiscate it. No weapons on the event grounds, Key.
I don't need it. I don't need it. But I really, really need it.
You could get it maybe if you donate when it's open. But Key, Jerika, thank you so much for speaking with me about the race. Good luck. I got to tell you, I'm rooting for Freedom Pulse to sing.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Everybody
All of us are. All of us are.
And we will check in with you later when the race is up. And I mean, I've got a prize in my lap. So, folks, stick around with me because we've got some prizes to talk about.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Key. So, right now, you just finished watching the Golden Sun run, and we're in the middle of a block that has some wonderful Golden Sun prizes. Oh. And let's start. By showing off this amazing wooden box art replica of the Golden Sun Game Boy Advance. Like, it's front and back. I don't know how, if I can accurately describe to you how amazing this is to hold in the flesh. This comes to us from Pigmented, who, when we reached out and asked about, hey, can we get some prizes for RPG Limit Break? You do some amazing work. They donated a whole bunch. You might have seen Vonnie shout them out in the pre-show. So absolutely, you're going to want to get your hands on this for a $25 minimum donation. And if also you enjoy Golden Sun, I don't have the print on me, but we do have a Golden Sun print that features the 4 lighthouses, again, that you just saw in the Golden Sun run. It's absolutely beautiful. You're going to want to go to rpglimitbreak.com/prizes to make sure you take a look at that. And that comes to us from Subconscious Realms. It is gorgeous. $5 minimum donation gets you in for a chance to win that. Now, other things that a $5 minimum donation can get you a chance to win. This Octopath Traveler, Tressa Cross Stitch. You might have heard Goes Kumo talking about it a little earlier during the run. Octopath Traveler 2 is our next run. But one of the beloved characters from Octopath Traveler 2 in this very detailed cross-stitch. I just got into cross-stitching myself recently, and you can see a lot of the work and love that went into this. It's just perfectly set up. It's got the little frame and everything. Again, $5 minimum donation could get you in to win this. Or one of our Octopath Traveler or Octopath Traveler 2 PC keys. All of these Octopath Traveler prizes were generously donated to us by Possum Coffee. So again, $5 minimum donation, any one of those. And when you donate, make sure you put in for an incentive. We've got so many wonderful ones open, including the Puff Puff that we just talked about here. We're going to talk about a little more than just the surrounding games, though, because I've got some cute little figures with me from Tales of Zestiria. Now, the ones I'm holding are Slay. I'm like trying so hard to not like drop them. The ones I'm holding are Slay and Alicia, but we also have Edna and Mikleo. And these are all members of your party that you can have in Tales of Zestiria. Really, really adorable little figurines. And they come with the stands, as you can see, like I'm holding. Oh! Bound to happen during Pride segment. But as you can see, like I'm holding them by the stands. They come with stands, so you don't have to worry about doing what I just did with poor Alicia here. $5 minimum donation gets you the full set of 4. Again, you can go to rpglimitbreak.com/prizes to see all 4 of them together. But all of these donations that like you're putting together, all of them, oh, I almost forgot. We have a Final Fantasy I NES cart. You've got the original cart, you've got a remanufactured box, you've got the instruction booklet that was kindly donated to us by Mizuki Vara, and that's a $15 minimum donation. I also unfortunately don't have it here to show off. But if you love video games, now's a great time to get your donations in, because in addition to that, your cumulative donations now, $75 cumulative donations, could get you to win this custom DS Lite with our RPG Limit Break 10 years logo on it. This was beautifully hand-painted and decorated by Custom Game Boys, $75 cumulative until the end of the Dark Lord run. Every other prize that I've talked about so far is until the end of our save point today. So, you know, you donate for that, and it builds up into getting this. Like, look at this. And it's got like the purple trim and everything, all the RPG Limit Break colors. All right. But we've got some wonderful prizes all over, so make sure you go check out rpglimitbreak.com/prizes. Find something you'd love to donate to, because, again, we're doing all of this for NAMI, the National Alliance for Mental Illness, and thank you all so much for being here with us. I've been Zokuban, and I'm going to kick it back to our next host for our next run, Octopath Traveler 2.
All right, everyone, welcome back to RPG Limit Break 25. I am your host for this next run, Dracodan, and up next we're going to have Octopath Traveler 2, run by Bramhall V. And right now we've got on a solo traveler bid war for what the run is actually going to be. I believe this is your last chance to get any donations you want in for this. We've got 3 choices. Currently, Oswald is leading the bid war, $235. Next runner-up is $140. So if anyone out there wants to quickly flip that, they have a last chance, but time is running out for that. We have at least one person doing their part to help Oswald win this bid war. We do have $25 from Games Stetson, who says, Oswald's one true magic and elemental barrage carried my playthrough of this amazing game. Let's see him win this character choice battle and carry the run to victory.